I don't wanna use your love tonight.
Hold on. Where's that? Oh, wait.
Uh, Soy positive. Positive.
Grift, debunking Asmongold on IQ in less than 10 minutes. Well, thank God. I didn't want to watch it for that long, so it should be easy. Here we go.
In one of the most ironic social media posts of all time, Asmongold makes the claim, in response to Mehdi Hassan, that the average IQ in Somalia is 68, and that
I was rounding up, actually. It's like somewhere around 67.67, but yeah.
this claim isn't racist, but a fact. What makes this post ironic is the very last bit, where Zach claims Hassan's tweet is an attempt to push a narrative.
It absolutely is trying to push a narrative. It's trying to push the false narrative that every culture and every group of people has an identical IQ. This is not true. Everybody knows this isn't true. You take 3 seconds and you look at the world and you know it isn't true.
Well, not only is this Asmongold's attempt to push a narrative, but the claim itself that African people have low IQs is also an attempt to push a narrative.
Yes.
That number typically traces back to the...
There's also a lot of other components to why people have low IQ, and it's not necessarily race. I'm sure that race is a component, but I would say it's probably like a 4th or 5th level component. So the big reason is you've got the big 3, right? 2 of them are like it's a little bit more obvious. Inbreeding is number 1. Do you think that inbreeding is going to lower people's IQ or not? Do you think that a society full of people that are inbreeding are going to have low IQs? Is it going to fuck up people's brains? Absolutely it is. You also have the amount of nutrition. You have food. So if you take people that are inbred, that have no food, you are going to have people that have extremely low IQs. This is just obvious. And the problem is that some people want to pretend like this isn't the case, but it's very evident that it is, because your brain isn't getting the nutrients that it needs. Now, I think that, again, if you really even assign all of that and you remove all of that, very clearly there probably are some degree of racial differences, but the main factors are inbreeding and nutrition. That's a massive fucking factor. And also, Somalia have integrated into British culture, how they've integrated into American culture, how they've come from, let's say, Japan. You will see one common variable every single time. It's that these people are total drains on the society. They are massively problematic. They're scamming. They steal things. They do not integrate. And at the end of the day, they are a negative for the societies that they come to. So why would you bring in all of these people that have such a high rate of there being a negative outcome? Why would you ever do that? It's stupid. It has, like, if you just take a step back, are you keeping your country safe? Are you keeping your people safe when you allow immigration from a country that has a massive inbreeding? Do you want to know what the percentage of women who are victims of female genital mutilation are in Somalia? 99%. I'm not kidding. If you look up the World Health Organization, and they have a study on this, men in Somalia are victims of female genital mutilation. I don't want to import that culture into my country. I don't want to take the risk that I'm importing that culture into my country. I don't want them here. At all.
Of Richard Lynn.
It's disgusting.
This guy, a literal, self-described scientific racist.
What does that have to do with whether it's right or not? You're calling somebody a word. What does that have to do with this?
This man was part of a secret eugenics conference where, and I'm not joking, there were people favorably arguing in favor of pedophilia. So
that's obviously bad, but you know what's even worse is probably the fact that pedophilia is normalized over in Somalia. I don't want to take the risk that I'm importing that culture into my country. I don't want them here.
Of Richard Lynn.
It's disgusting.
This guy, a literal self-described scientific racist.
What does that have to do with whether it's right or not? You're calling somebody a word. What does that have to do with this?
This man was part of a secret eugenics conference where, and I'm not joking, there were people favorably arguing in favor of pedophilia. So
that's obviously bad, but you know what's even worse is probably the fact that pedophilia is normalized over in Somalia. If you're going to act like that's bad, why don't you look at what they're doing? Look at whenever they're getting married.
Yeah, this is the guy Asmongold is quoting. Lynn published a paper in 1982 called IQ in Africa in the pseudoscientific journal The Mankind Quarterly, a white supremacist outlet that is currently...
See, he's trying to poison the well by saying that things are pseudoscientific, saying they're white supremacist, etc. You're not actually attacking the argument. You're not actually attacking anything that's being said. You're assigning negative variables and negative attributes to it, and then hoping that people, because of those negative variables and attributes that you're assigning to it, will assume that it's wrong because they're not supposed to agree with things that have these attributes. That's what he's doing. It's dishonest.
Maintained by the hilariously named Human Diversity Foundation.
Because there's diversity between humans. That's correct.
Far-right white nationalist company.
Again, like none of this has anything to do with whether this is a good or an accurate thing at all. This is more, again, and again, I want to take a step back. It's environmental, it's educational. There is also the factor of inbreeding, which is massive. All of these things have nothing to do with race. And they're still all factors for IQ. So what's happening is that you just have a person who's throwing a bunch of buzzwords at it to hopefully get people to disagree with what's being said. You're trying to shut down conversation. And you have to keep in mind, let's go back and talk about that eugenics conference that was banned. The reason why these things are banned is because research into this topic isn't allowed. You have to keep in mind that the father that invented DNA, or not invented, excuse me, discovered DNA, was effectively had his entire career destroyed because he said that there's a chance that there could be a racial basis for where IQ is coming from. And so the reason why there isn't a lot of research or information in this is because there is a wrong answer. And it's basically politicized science that has been effectively co-opted by activists that will not let people have a conversation about this topic at all. That's the reason what's going on.
In this journal, Flynn argued that the IQ of sub-Saharan Africa...
The guy's a critical drinker, generational hater. What is this? Pull this up. See this?
Drinker is a grifter. He's trying to tell the audience what he thinks they want to hear. Hilariously, it works on you, proving that the audience of grifters are very, very low IQ. Others can argue differently. There is no winner here. Besides, you're a low IQ alt-right incel that has a personal vendetta against anything you perceive to be left-wing. You are not a reliable source. The guy is a low IQ moron that is seeking attention. I mean, his videos are hate videos, not criticism.
Of course.
Yeah, that explains exactly why you're a loser who spends his free time making fun of marginalized groups on the internet while being a dipshit low IQ manlet that is invisible to every woman walking past you down the street.
Again, it's all about the approval of women. It has nothing to do with whether somebody's right or not. It's about, are you getting the consensus approval?
What you got, low IQ piece of shit? One thing I always
notice how his arguments are low IQ? Yeah, because IQ matters. It obviously matters. And anybody that thinks that it doesn't matter is probably low IQ.
From grifters is how they are so opportunistic that they will contradict themselves if it means they can use the point that's being made, but is misrepresenting it to fit the narrative he's trying to push.
Right.
I mean, the alternative is to suggest he's low IQ. And I would never do that. God, I can't take any more of this low IQ dribble. Drinker is
well, anyway, so this is the person who's making a video of me talking about IQs. Huh. It sure seems like he cares a lot about IQ. Right. And also keep in mind, none of these were arguments. None of this was an argument at all.
Was around 70. Notice I said sub-Saharan Africa was around. In this journal, Flynn argued that the IQ of sub-Saharan Africa was around 70.
Okay.
Notice I said sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, Lynn's argument was that a continent that consists of about 50 countries all had a similar very low IQ.
Okay. All of the European countries have similar IQs. All of the Asian countries have similar IQs. This tracks. Yeah.
Obvious problem with this argument is that
this is an average.
Is huge, and there are over 1 billion people with over 1,000 different ethnic groups. Nigeria alone has more than 200 ethnic groups, and that's a single country. Do you think Lynn tested every ethnic group in Nigeria, let alone...
Do you think that one of them is going to have a higher IQ than people in China? What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, really, it's just so retarded that it's just like you think about this for 3 seconds and you immediately realize that it's retarded. Oh my God.
The rest of the continent? Yeah, me neither. Anyway,
be honest
the
for just a
important part
second.
is other psychologists
Okay.
went back and actually checked Lynn's work.
Let's look at it.
Richards, Dolan, and von der Maas published a systematic review in the journal Intelligence, looking at IQ data from sub-Saharan African samples. What they found was that because African countries are developing countries, they hadn't experienced the variables that cause the Flynn effect, such as improvements to nutrition, healthcare, and even toys. In other words, the environment is the most relevant variable in determining one's IQ score.
So why would you want to bring people from the country that have a bad environment into your country? Why would you want to do that? So, like, I don't understand. Because, like, so if your brain isn't developed properly because, like, for whatever reason, you know, environmentally or whatever else, who creates it? Well, they do. They're killing each other and cutting each other up. They've been doing this for thousands of years. I mean, obviously, that's the reason why. And you can't understand our IQ is so good. They have to keep living. Exactly what you said. Yeah, of course. So the thing is that it's not relevant to me whether the IQ is arrived at through environmental reasons. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
The rest of the continent? Yeah, me neither. Anyway,
Let's be honest
the rest of the continent? Yeah, me neither. Anyway,
Let's be honest
the
for just a
important part
second.
is other psychologists went back and actually checked Lynn's work.
Let's look at it.
Richards, Dolan, and von der Maas published a systematic review in the journal Intelligence, looking at IQ data from sub-Saharan African samples. What they found was that because African countries are developed, experience the variables that cause the Flynn effect, such as in determining one's IQ score.
So why would you want to bring people from the country that have a bad environment into your country? Why would you want to do that? So, like, I don't understand. Because, like, so if your brain isn't developed properly environment, or like they don't have good nutrition, and for whatever reason they don't have these options, well, what ends up happening is that, yeah, they're not going to be as smart as they could be, but their floor is higher than somebody else's. So it's the same as anything else. There's a variation of it, but that variation doesn't go from 100 to 0. There is a natural limitation that each person has, and if you really think that you can train two random people and one of them can just randomly be Einstein just because you educate them in the right way, you're just delusional. You're obviously delusional. Every single other element of humanity is measured in this way. So, for example, there are people who are shorter because they have lower, amounts of food that they're eating, but it's not like people that have an adequate amount of food are always 7 feet tall either. There is a genetic variation, but inside of that genetic variation, there is a ceiling and a floor for each individual person.
Person from 1901, a modern IQ test, they would score dramatically lower than the people of today. Not because they were genetically predisposed to being less intelligent, but because IQ tests measure certain types of abstract.
There are people that are just stupid. And there's a problem is that a lot of people inside of Western society are terrified of the idea that people are not equal, but they're not. And we all know this. Everybody knows this. If you've gone to a public school, you would know this. There are a lot of people that are just born with less talent points than others. They're stupid. They're dumb. And there's nothing that you're going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to, like, teach them something. Maybe you can make it a little bit better, but you're never going to teach a lot of these people to be rocket scientists. It's just never going to happen. It's a delusion, but people don't want to talk about that because they're worried that it could be considered or seen as eugenics.
Reasoning, pattern recognition, and problem solving that modern societies train us in constantly.
We're going to take a quick voyage over the cognitive history of the 20th century.
Yes.
Because during that century...
map store hatch. Go to that metro.
Don't shoot!
want to talk about that because they're worried that it could be considered or seen as eugenics.
Reasoning, pattern recognition, and problem solving that modern societies train us in constantly.
We're going to take a quick voyage over the cognitive history of the 20th century.
Yes.
Because during that century,
People want to believe that anything's possible with the right luck and the right the right opportunity. Yeah, it's not. There are some people that are just losers, and some people that aren't.
our minds have altered dramatically. As you all know, the cars that people drove
Yes.
in 1900 have altered because the roads are better
Yes.
and because of technology.
Well, it's because people with high IQs designed them.
And our minds have altered too. We've gone from people who confronted a concrete world and analyzed that world primarily in terms of how much it would
Yeah.
benefit them, to people who confront a very complex world. And it's a world where we've had to develop new mental habits, new habits of mind. Now, this dramatic change was drawn
Yes.
to my attention through massive IQ gains over time. And these have been truly massive. That is, we don't just get a few more questions right on IQ tests. We get far more questions right on IQ tests than each succeeding generation back to the time that they were invented.
People are getting smarter. Okay. This is an argument against what I said. What does this have to do with what I said?
Indeed, if you score the people a century ago against modern norms, they would have an average IQ of 70. If you score us against their norms, we would have an average IQ of 130. Now, this has raised all sorts of questions. Were our immediate ancestors on the verge of mental retardation? Because 70 is normally the score for mental retardation. Or are we on the verge of all being gifted? Because 130 is the cutting line for giftedness.
James
What does this have to
Flynn,
do with
the
it?
political scientist who
Yes.
documented this pattern, showed that IQ scores increased roughly 3 points per decade in many countries throughout the 20th century.
I think there's a lot of reasons why that happens, and one of the reasons is a eugenic reason. Whenever you have dumb people that are really stupid, the probability is that they're not going to reproduce. So the reason why is that those dumb people usually make bad decisions. Those bad decisions get them put in jail, and you can't have a kid whenever you're in jail. So that's what happens, is that a lot of dumb people wrong. Well, of course, it's obvious that's true. Is that a lot of the dumbest people are going to get removed from the gene pool, right? What about idiocracy? I love how people are saying the argument against me is it's a movie. The argument against what I'm saying is a movie? What do you mean? No, it's obvious this is true. You're going to have the lowest, dumbest people that, like, I'm not talking about, see, like, this is what people don't understand. You're thinking I'm talking about people with like a 90 or an 80 IQ. I'm not. I'm talking about people with a 60 or a 70 IQ. This is a totally different wavelength. And those people are probably not reproducing because a lot of those, especially the majority of those people with that low of intelligence are men. Those men are getting put in jail. That's it.
So, if IQ were purely genetic and fixed,
It's not purely genetic. There's a lot of factors to it. Genetics are one factor, but it's not the only factor.
that kind of rapid change would be impossible.
Yeah.
Evolution does not move that fast. Your great-grandparents were not biologically inferior to you. They just lived in a world with less formal education.
Well, they were shorter too. Another component to this is that it's height. Like, people in general over the years have become taller. And I think the reason why is the same thing. Like, this isn't even an argument against what I was saying. I think everybody knows this.
less exposure to abstract symbols,
Yes.
less complex media, and different cognitive demands.
I don't think that the reason why is that they have less complex media or there's less cognitive demands. I don't think that's even the reason at all. I think that a lot of these people just don't even care about it in the first place. Also, the way that you measured something 100 years ago is totally different foundation than the way that you would do it now. Tall people die sooner. At a certain amount of height, yes.
Which means IQ scores are sensitive to the environment and
Yes.
improve when the environment improves.
Yes.
Access to schooling, nutrition, healthcare, the complexities of daily life, all of these things are relevant, and none were accounted for in Lynn's work. Because of course they weren't. Lynn was a self-described scientific racist. His goal was to show how inferior black people were. Richard Lynn's work on
This
race
is, again, it's not even about race in the first place. This person's arguing with me about something that's different. Now, I do think that if you controlled for every variable, here's the reality, right? Is that if you controlled for every single variable, and every variable was exactly the same, and you took 1 million people that lived in Somalia, and you took 1 million people that lived in China, and you judged their IQ, would they both have the same IQ? Everybody knows the answer to this. Everybody knows.
intelligence and IQ heavily influenced The Bell Curve, a 1994 book by psychologist Richard J. Herrnstein and political scientist Charles Murray that argued intelligence is largely shaped by genetics with some environmental influence, and that IQ is a stronger predictor of life outcomes, income, job success, crime, out-of-wedlock births, than the socioeconomic status you were born into. The bell curve has been challenged by geneticists, psychologists, and statisticians for overstating the heritability of IQ across groups and for downplaying environmental variables, treating socially constructed racial categories as biological truth. Richard Lynn was one of the primary scholars who compiled and popularized cross-national IQ datasets.
Here's what I think also, because this is just like more bullshit. I think that what you should do is you should do more research into this and figure it out yourself. Go over there and test these people for IQ. Test people that came over here that don't have these same problems and then see what their IQs are. There's a reason why we don't do a lot of research on this. And the reason why people don't do research on this is because they're afraid of the answer. That's the reason why. And I want to go back to what I've said before is that look at the people that are advocating for more information versus look at the people that are advocating for less information. I'm confident that I think that more research and more investigation into this will lead to the obvious outcome. But for some people, they don't even want to talk about it. They don't even want to look into it. And that's the real problem. And they don't want to do that because what they've built onto it is they built an entire ideology of the blank slate. The blank slate doesn't exist. The blank slate is to a degree true, but there are also a lot of things about it that are not true. And so what happens is that you have people that have this entire ideology that's built around this lie. And because of that, they try to never talk about or never discuss any difference besides this. Can you explain why Lynn said that Iran has an IQ of 80? It's been proven now it's 110. Well, I don't know. I didn't see about Iran. I have no idea what that reason is at all. I don't think that Iran has an IQ of 110, but I know that Iranians have very high IQs on average. 110 would be higher than anybody else in the world by 5 points. So I find that to be unlikely. But overall, I think that's very true.
Alleging to show innate racial hierarchies.
Yes.
This is the textbook definition of racism, by the way, that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and that those different...
It is a fundamental determinant of traits. It obviously is. One of the best traits is skin color. Big surprise. People of one race are going to have one skin color. This is one thing that people don't even consider with like racism and skin color are actually two different things. Like if you have people that are from a different race, like race isn't always defined by just like one specific thing. Skin color is just the most obvious indicator of that. Very clearly, there are racial differences between people. Anybody knows this. This is the type of a priori knowledge that every single person in the entire world knows is true, but inside of Western culture, we're supposed to pretend like it's not true because people are all willingly participating in this deliberate lie. Very clearly, race is a factor. It's obviously a factor, same as gender is and everything else. But for some reason, because people are afraid of talking about this, nobody ever wants to look into it at all.
Produce an inherent superiority or hierarchy.
Yeah.
Anyway, those datasets compiled by Lynn were later cited approvingly by the bell curve authors Murray and Herrnstein.
Yeah.
In fact, Murray has explicitly acknowledged Lynn's work as part of the research base for their claims about group IQ differences. The problem is not simply that Lynn helped...
Because also keep in mind that if you were actually trying to debunk this, you would do further research into people that live in these areas, and then he would be showing that further research and the IQ differences being more, like smaller, right? Like, okay, well, there was other research, and this research came out and it proved that it wasn't true. Isn't it interesting to you that in all of these videos and all of this information, not a single actual point of like counter research is provided? It's all just people saying that he's racist or other books that other people disagreed with or talking about something in a theoretical means, but there's never actually any data that's disproving this. I wonder why that is. We all know why that is.
Extreme views, including open support for eugenics, but that his data practices have been widely criticized for flaws in its methodology.
Eugenics works. A good example of it is Yao Ming. So Yao Ming's like 7'4", 7'5", or something like that. And he was actually a product of China having people doing selective breeding. I mean, this is obviously true. If you have two black people that have a kid, the kid's going to be black. If you have two white people that have a kid, the kid's going to be white. If you have two people that are very tall that have a kid, the probability is the kid's going to be very tall. This is the type of what I was saying before. It is this willing, deliberate, and desperate attempt to totally deny every observable facet of reality. And this reality denial, there is an entire pyramid and an entire temple of misinformation and distorted values that are coming out of this. These are people who are fundamentally, not only are they against science, but they're afraid of the consequences of science. That's really it. That has nothing to do with IQ, though. What do you think the probability is that the hereditary traits that are physically observable are the only elements of things that could have anything to do with genetic variability? What do you think the probability is that height and skin color are almost 100% genetically heritable and IQ isn't at all? Really? Think about this for 3 seconds.
Upon reviewing Lynn's work, Wichert states the following. The assertion that the average IQ of Africans is below 70 is not tenable, even under the most lenient of inclusion criteria. Because Lynn missed a sizable portion of the relevant literature, their estimate of average IQ of Africans is clearly too low. Combined, the current systematic review and the results of our review of Raven's test suggests that the average IQ of African test takers is close to 80.
Is this an argument against me? Like, wait a minute, wait, so you're quoting people who are saying that it's not 67, it's 80? Like, oh my God, do you understand how massive of a difference that is versus 100? Holy shit, that's insane. Oh my God.
We believe that the accuracy...
It's not an F, it's a D minus, guys. And this is their argument. There's a reason why as I said, there's a reason why they don't do research into this.
Estimates of
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, he's arguing against you? Yes, you cannot join the army with an IQ below 80, by the way. They're borderline? Exactly. So I think that the benchmark, so you cannot be part of the army if your IQ is, I think, below 82. And the reason why is because, and also keep in mind, average. Now, what does average mean? It means half of the people are below that. Uh-oh. Fill a society with a bunch of people where the average IQ is 80, and you're going to have a PvP server. Sorry, it's pretty fucking obvious.
IQ of sub-Saharan African countries can be improved considerably.
What's the median? Oh, okay.
What Wichert is saying here is that Lynn conducted bad science, and that the average estimated IQ of poverty-stricken African people is actually close to average, which is usually defined.
The average, it's actually, wait, what?
African people is actually close to average.
80 is not the average at all. What are you talking about? That's extremely low in America. That's incredibly low. It's low in Asia too. Wait, what?
Which is usually defined as between 85 to 115.
So if it's between 85 and 115, and he said it was low 80s and it was 80 to 82, then it wouldn't be part of the average. You just said the number wrong.
Their environment improves, so too with their average IQ scores, due to the Flynn effect. And remember, we are talking about countries that have faced civil war, famine, disrupted schooling, disease.
Civil war, famine, disruptive schooling, disease. Okay, these seem all great reasons to bring these people into America. This is such a great list of reasons why these people should come to our country. Yeah, I mean now, like guys, I wasn't convinced. Now I'm totally convinced. Now they should be here for sure.
And extreme poverty, not to mention constant exploitation by Western countries that literally...
That's right. It's Western countries' fault why these countries are shitholes. And that's the reason why, for example, whenever Britain invaded China and forced them to, buy tea and stuff like that, and they colonized India, that's why there's no smart people and people successful in China and India. That's the exact reason. Because, see, like every country that, Europeans colonized is now just totally fucking famine-stricken and terrible. Like China, for example. It's just...
persists to this day. God. The phone you're watching this video on contains cobalt, a chemical element that is abundant in the Congo. This element is mined using child labor in the Congo, and not only does this mining degrade the environment and pollute the local water system, it results in birth defects of the children born there.
So why would you want to bring a bunch of defective kids into America? Why would you want to do that? It's stupid. Like, you're making my argument. Like, duh, like nobody wants to do that. It's ridiculous. Of course.
High levels of cobalt and uranium in their blood. In 1996, the American Psychological Association's Task Force on Intelligence explicitly warned that environmental factors such as education, nutrition, and health significantly influence IQ test performance.
Why do they keep warning and not researching? Why is it that all of these people are talking about it, but there's never any data analysis? Don't you find that to be interesting?
Hey, don't shoot!
What are the odds of that?
If you ignore those variables and jump straight to biology, well, you're not following the science.
They're all variables.
So this brings us back to Zach's tweet.
Right.
Yes, this claim is racist because it was made by a racist whose entire purpose was to denigrate an entire continent to uphold white supremacist narratives.
Guys, it's 80. It's not 67. It's not 68. It's actually all the way up there at 80. It's racist. It's racist. Guys, it's racist. Oh, no. Jesus Christ. Keep in mind the biggest mining operations in Africa are Chinese. They usually employ Russian mercenaries for protection. What's this Western bullshit? Well, of course the Chinese do that. I mean, duh.
Narratives like eugenics. The claim wasn't a fact because facts survive scrutiny. They don't.
That's right, guys. The best case scenario is that it's 80. Imagine that.
Collapse the moment you ask who collected the data and whether other researchers could replicate those results.
Well, no, why are other researchers not replicating these results on a regular basis? Why is this not happening? Why is it that, we're talking about researchers replicating results. Why is it that none of these researchers are doing this on a regular basis? Why is it that this outcome isn't able to be reproduced through science? It's because they're afraid to do so. And they're afraid to do so because they know what the answer is.
The worldview requires Somalia or any other African country to be permanently capped at 68 IQ in order to make sense, then the science wasn't the point.
Yes.
The conclusion is.
Yes.
And that,
well, the conclusion is the point, actually. Like, if there's a country that has an IQ of 68 average, or let's say it's 80 on average, let's assume it's 85. Do I want to bring a bunch of median level, average 85 IQ people into the country? No, it's because these people are like an entire almost standard deviation below the average, and I think that their functional value in society is going to be minimal. That's the reason why.
Is narrative pushing.
Is this the whole video? Jesus. It's the whole video. Man. That's sad. Wow, mic drops? I know. So basically, this guy spent his entire video calling me racist, and then when he finally showed the data still showed the exact same thing that I was saying, but he said it was a different number. If you think that there's no difference between somebody with a 100 IQ and a 100 and an 80 IQ, you probably have an 80 IQ. I'm sorry, but there's a reason why the military doesn't let people in with that level of an IQ. It's because they're functionally fucking useless and they're stupid. And the fact is that you don't want to bring any of those people. This guy's a generational meltier. Read the tweet and scroll up. What is this? Oh my God. He's too personal instead of factual. Well, he's in, like, what is here? No, these numbers show. Oh, here we go. Oh no, wait. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my, bro. Oh my God. This is a another idiot parenting something he knows nothing about. Using per capita for crime arrests is fudging of the, Gentlemen, oh my God. Wow. Okay, give me a minute. I gotta look at it. All right, I'm back. So, using per capita for crime arrests is fudging of the numbers. Guys, listen, if you're looking at this number, why are people in your rates below average? That's a good question, right? Oh my fucking God. The problem is arrests don't take into account exonerations, and black people are the majority of exonerees. Try again, 11 IQ. Surely, guys, there's nothing in per capita at all, and every group of people commits crime at the exact same ratio. Of course, that's exactly the argument. Black people are over-policed, and it gives rise to misconduct. Black people are over-policed, and it gives rise to misconduct? Oh my God. Black people do not dominate crime statistics. White people do. That's why you idiots try to use, quote, per capita. This guy's dumber than I thought. Oh my God. So basically, I think I'm understanding something. I think that this person made this video about me because honestly, they probably thought they were being targeted. I think this guy straight up doesn't like white people. Uh-oh. Here we go. Let's see it. It's not. I'm not. It's irrelevant. The point is who started it. Objectively, the answer is white people. Who started World War I? We can discuss Asians or we can discuss the topic at hand. We're not going to do both. The claim was that white people are the most destructive race. Is this not a true claim? I'm asking because I don't know, but I do know there's evidence supporting this claim. Oh my God. We have an actual racist retard. Holy shit. So this is the guy that wanted to criticize me for racism, and so he uses a bunch of bullshit statistics, and then he finally, the only concrete evidence that he uses is something that is basically proving my point, and I can see why he takes this stuff personally. What a retard. Master and other things you never say to anyone in person. Why waste your limited McDonald's internet on frivolous nonsense instead of engaging with the topic? White people are a world minority, yet they commit the most atrocities per capita. You won't like that one. Really? Well, what about Mao? And no, these groups show white people commit rape more than the other groups combined. Do you want to know the reason why rape is being, this is going to be maybe a spicy fucking take here, but the reason why rape is being seen by white people more, it's because in a lot of places in Africa, it's not against the law. That's the reason why. Has it ever occurred to you that they don't even have laws for spousal rape? They don't even have laws for rape in general. So this whole thing, yeah, duh, fucking obviously. What a stupid argument. Yeah, they don't have the data. Do you know why they don't have the data? It's because they don't care. They treat women like second-class citizens and like livestock. Duh. What is this here? Somalia outlawed rape in 2018? Really? Wow. Perfect. Good timing. And so, did you hear spousal abuse dropped to 0% in Afghanistan? Yeah, it sure did. And anyway, you're trying to manipulate the numbers. Do you think a judge looks at a white person being tried for rape and thinks about per capita? What does this even mean? I don't even know what this means. Exactly, so you're telling me that you condemn whitewashing as a weak attempt to win a debate online. You don't have a history of condemning the nefarious acts of white people, so I reject the attempt. You do, however, have a racist streak, pattern recognition, remember? So we have somebody here who is actually a racist. We have an actual racist person who got upset that I said that Somalians had a very low IQ and I don't want them in America. He's also weirdly obsessed with IQ. Wait, what is this? Weirdly obsessed with IQ. Uh-oh. In case you were wondering, your IQ score is 141. So this guy got a 141 IQ score. Wow, that's really impressive. Honestly, I would have expected a better video. Yeah, I mean, really, after all this, this is sad. Honestly, this is a stronger argument against what I said than his video is. Because how is it that a person that says that they have 141 IQ can be this stupid? No, this is actually a better argument than his entire video. Wow. AI helped them as long as actual IQ. Who cares? We're thinking about IQ, about this random person who gives a shit. And so anyway, notice how we aren't talking about this at all. You want to take it there. Which ethnic group in America brutalized and enslaved who again? This is right, guys. Which ethnic group right now, this is what I think is funny. Which ethnic group right now has slavery? Which Western country has slavery now? None of them. How many African countries have slavery? Come on. What are we doing? This is so obvious. How do you think, didn't they build that nice thing in Qatar? Was it Qatar? Whenever they built that hole, that I think, yeah, of course. Yeah, they do have this. Wait, and this is the same guy that just got done making the argument about these kids, the current state of child labor in the cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So they're do you think these kids want to do this? Fuck no, they don't want to do this. So you use this argument. This person does not believe that you can be racist against white people. That's why he openly hates white people, yet he's the one that's able to call anybody racist. Well, this guy's just an idiot. I think we're going to have to focus on him more. Now that I'm seeing this, we're going to have to make more content about this individual. I think this is going to continue to, this is going to be the gift that keeps on giving. Oh my God. Technically, Americans bought slaves. The slaves were enslaved by African kingdoms. Yeah, we didn't come over to Africa with a lasso and round up all of the people that we used as slaves. We didn't do that. They sold us the slaves because they had enslaved them when we got there. That's the reason. Duh. This is crazy. Some of these people don't understand. In a room of 100 people, 2 wear red shirts, 98 wear white. 1 of the red shirts steal, 30 blue shirts steal. Per capita, the red shirts have a 50% crime rate. Blue has a 31% crime rate. Oh my God. The sample size is 30. Of course, yes, wow. You don't understand what per capita is used for. Only absolute numbers matter for law enforcement. Only absolute numbers matter for law enforcement. Oh my God. Yeah, he's also melting down in his own comment section. Wait, what? He's crashing out in his own comment. Is this true? The Roach King literally reacting to the video. Video's barely up for an hour. He's that starved for content. And of course, this weirdo audience has attempted to come here, brigade the video, and leave downvotes. They're saying what they're doing. Unfortunately for them, they won't be able to comment here. Yeah, you can. I can comment. It's not even a big deal. So, yeah, what is this? Yeah, you obviously can. You can comment. You can't you can't shut down comments from everybody. You have to either turn off comments entirely or you have to make it to where comments are on approval only. That's not how it works. Link the video. I'll link the video to you guys. This is the one I watched, right? He's individually deleting them. Wait a minute. So this guy's individually deleting comments after he got called out. Oh no. There's the video. Oh my God. God. So he's out there, bro. He's out there in the trenches fighting. No, delete it. Shut it down. No, guys. That's not it at all. And what a high IQ opinion. Yes. Oh, my fucking God. This is ridiculous. He can't individually delete all our comments. Honestly, he's going to have to, right? And wow, I knew this day would come, that IQ is a load of nonsense and not indicative of intelligence in the slightest. Anybody who says this is a moron. If you told somebody that the person who is your surgeon has an IQ of 70, that person would be fucking terrified and they would come up with a reason to get out of the surgery. The idea that IQ doesn't matter will immediately stop the moment that your life is being put in the hands of a person with an IQ of 70. So this is so delusional. It's not true at all. Everybody knows it's not true. You're just a moron. And I had to update my own will. Yeah, I guess so. They won't admit it. No, they won't. So who is this person, Birdman? What does he do? He complains about racism. So let me get this straight. So he complains about racism, and he makes negative videos about Charlie Kirk. And then he goes on Twitter, and he's just profoundly racist towards white people, and he crashes out and complains about them. Oh my God. This isn't a 60, not offending anybody. Per capita is used to figure things out like resource allocation. Right, literally does not matter to law enforcement agencies. That's the entire context of the crime. Retard supremacists latched on to a NAR argument. This person thinks per capita doesn't matter. Oh my God. Wow. And what is this here? How much IQ did your mom have when you smoked a cigarette? This is another one. Smoked a cigarette, it's hooked up to the machine. So perhaps you're trying to insult me or be rude to me or something like this. The funny thing is that she even admitted that. She said as they were carrying her out of her room, the EMS was carrying her out, she says, I'm stupid, I'm such an asshole.
Shoot.
She even agreed with you. She said it was stupid herself. Like, what do you mean? Like, everybody's on the same page with this. It was dumb as hell. Like, duh. It's not even true. What a disgusting chatter. Well, people like this love to escalate things to the emotional attacks, attacking your dead family members, everything like that. And the reason why they do that is because they don't have anything else. There's nothing that it has any basis at all. And that's it, guys, just cloud chasing. Look at all the tweets. They have minimal engagement. Well, of course they do. He's a moron. But anyway, it doesn't matter to me. I like this. You think I'm some leftist that's going to be shocked at these images? Oh, God. What's this? There's any more of these here? U.S. social assistance recipients, and it's the majority of people are white. Man. Imagine having such a profoundly and tremendously, like, massive misunderstanding of statistics and information. Like, really, 140 IQ, and you still don't understand per capita. But per capita doesn't matter. The guy just hates white people. He does. It's very embarrassing to see people like this that are talking about this. There is. And now he's upset. And again, he's upset that I reacted to his video. So he makes an entire video about me, and then I react to it, and he's crying about it. Man. That's sad, isn't it? I'll read a few more comments. I want to move on and look at some other stuff, too. And so clearly, that's what it is. Shouldn't the graph be the same as the population pie chart? It's so overrepresented. Yeah, of course, right? And absolutely. I don't think he doesn't understand. He's intentionally misunderstanding. Well, he's just stupid, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's sad to see somebody come together and put this together because it's just so, none of this makes sense at all. Dude doesn't have an IQ test. Who cares whether he has a high IQ or not? Like, again, when you're looking at averages, that's what you're really talking about. Meme them until they cry. I bet he's here in chat. I bet he is too. 140 took him a few tries, I guess. Maybe you're right. He's a retarded racist. Yep, exactly. His video never even had a practical point in it. At one point, he just confirmed your point. That's right. we have had another trans shooter. This happened yesterday. Here we go. Let's take a look at it.
Can you confirm whether the subject is male, female? We've heard that is a transgender person. Is that something that you have in terms of information?
So what I can say right now that we have identified the person, the suspect, by the birth name. The birth name was Robert Dorgan. We have also learned that the person does go by the name of Roberta. Also uses the last name of Esposito. But again, that will be all.
So yes, it was a trans person, right? There it is. You insulted me yesterday for telling you? Well, yeah, because I thought you were just repeating some random thing that you heard. Like, I think some people shoot from the hip too early by saying that. And you know what? Maybe I spoke too soon, right? And you got this one right here. So let's take a look at it. The daughter of the Rhode Island hockey shooter reveals he was very sick. As local media reports, he was dressed like a woman. Looks like we've got yet another trans shooting. What is this here?
Shot my family. And he's dead now.
She described that shooting suspect as her father.
Man.
She came out of the police department behind me here in tears.
Yeah, I
after
bet.
Presumably being interviewed.
I would be upset
police.
too.
My father was a shooter.
Jesus Christ.
Shot my family.
That's it's really sad.
He's dead now.
What was the reasoning? Was there a family argument?
He has mental health issues.
So yes, she goes on to describe those mental health issues a little bit more. She says that he had been struggling with mental health for quite some time. She said, quote, he was very sick.
See, this is another person that, like, if they were able to put this person in a mental institution, in an insane asylum, he'd still be alive, and so would other people. Like, this is the kind of stuff that, like, I really feel like is the cruelty of this performative empathy, is that whenever you let people like this, because, like, I mean, honestly, somebody like this, if they're actually mentally ill, like, in a lot of cases, it's not really their fault. Like, it's not really their fault. Like, they didn't do anything in a way, right? It's like somebody is born with like one arm. Like, they didn't do that. Someone's born with a fucked up brain. They didn't really do that. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to make the world a better place and take accountability for it and improve the situation. So they need proper care. Yeah, like and that's the problem, is that whenever these people aren't taken care of, and I don't mean this in a bad way, I mean it in a good way. Like, this is a person that needed proper medical professional care. This is a person that needed to be treated for what was wrong with them. And the problem is that didn't happen. And when it doesn't happen, sometimes these people fly off the handle. That's it. And so anyway, natural selection, yeah, and that's the main issue. Let's be real, no one gives a fuck. I do. I give a fuck, absolutely, because these people ruin society. They ruin society. If you let these psychos run around, they will ruin everything. They will kill each other. They'll kill you. They'll destroy things. They'll cause public nuisances. They will, like, you're going to have to retard proof. Like, I want y'all to understand this. In our society, the entire society is based around catering and accommodating to the bottom 2% of people. Why do you think so many systems in our culture are different than cultures in like Japan or like Dubai, for example? The reason why is because those cultures don't cater to that bottom percent, but we do. And to the extent that your culture is built around babysitting the most brain dead, retarded, obnoxious, aggressive, stupid, mentally ill, violent people inside of your culture, the entire culture will suffer. Everybody will suffer because of this. Everybody that goes to CVS is inconvenienced because we let a few thieves go free, so that means they have to lock up the deodorant. I think that's fucking ridiculous. It is. It's absolutely insane. Gender dysphoria was removed by an illness. Well, it doesn't matter if it was considered an illness or not, because even if it was considered an illness, this person still wouldn't have had anywhere to go if that was a problem. Like, the issue is not that it's considered an illness or not. The issue is that there are no insane asylums that we're putting these people in. It's more performative. It's a psychosis of suicidal empathy. The people that support trans are mentally stunted and can't think beyond their emotions. I think that a lot of people, again, you can support trans while at the same time realizing that some of these people are nuts. Like, that's the big issue, is that you don't have to choose one or the other. You can see a person that's acting this way, and you can see his family saying that he's mentally ill, and you can say, okay, something needs to happen here, without saying that every trans person did this or this is some kind of problem with everybody. So let's go back over. We're going to look this here. The suspected shooter is reported as Roberta Esposito, who was wearing women's clothing to the shooting. A woman later today who went anonymous said the father shot her family and himself. And I guess this is him? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Wow. Check the SS tattoo? Yeah, this guy, oh, by the way, no, it gets even crazier. This guy has like a tattoo of the SS, and he was a fan of Nick Fuentes. I'm telling you, like, this guy was nuts. He wanted Thomas Massey to run for president. I'm telling you, like, these people are absolute schizos. Yeah, 100%. No, I'm being real. I'll show you. We're going to look at it. Providence, Rhode Island. News station seems to back up the claims when he was shot with family, was trans, saying he was dressed in women's clothing. Yep, there it is right there. And so let's go back. We'll look at a few more of these here. Mass shooting rates by demographic. Obviously, we've had a lot of trans shootings. It's pretty obvious. I think people can see this. And let's go back over. 1 week after a transgender man killed 8 kids in a school, a trans father kills his child and wife at a school hockey game. We have a serious crisis on our hands. As I said, I think the reason why this problem is why it's so pronounced is the fact that it's not socially acceptable for a lot of people, and people are socially wary of saying some of these trans people do actually have mental illnesses. Because they're worried that if they say that then people will reinterpret it and say that, oh, well, you just want to do this to all of them. Not necessarily, but some of them are fucking nuts. They're fucking nuts. And some do. Well, like, even if you want to say trans is a mental illness and they're all mentally ill, you have to acknowledge that there's clearly a gradation between trans people that talk to demons and try to, have Nazi tattoos and are talking about, take a look at this here. Read Robert Dugan's comment. He went berserk 24 hours later. So this is it right here. Keep bashing us, but do not wonder why we go berserk. So we've got somebody right here. This is a day before they went out and they did the shooting. They said, wonder why we go berserk. There is a very clear and very obvious difference between a person that is on this side of the spectrum versus some trans person that just wants to be a woman. And I feel like not being able to draw that distinction, you're painting with such a broad brush that you're not really trying to solve the problem. I understand that some people aren't comfortable and they don't like trans. I don't want to discuss or debate that. I don't care about what your opinion is on that. I think it's very clear that there is a subset of them, and this is a subset of everybody, but they're especially them, and the reason why is because people are afraid to call it out. They're afraid to call it out because they're afraid they'll be called transphobic for saying that some of these trans people are mentally ill, and they are. And I think that if they are, you need to treat them that way, and if you don't, it makes everything worse. It's not opinion, it's a fact. Yes, exactly. And so the guardrails were already set up to address this, and now it's too late. It is. This is also the product of chronic hatred towards men. The feminization of society has alienated some men to the point of becoming a woman. I think that you're right about that, actually. I think that the amount of hostility and animosity that's leveraged towards men, and the amount of systemic and culturally acceptable, basically misandry, where you have all these women that are talking about how bad men are. I think a lot of men, and this is the problem, is that the men who that affects are the sensitive guys. They're sensitive, trying to be, a lot of people that are like this are very, at the beginning, right, we're very nice people, and something maybe happened to them. They're very nice, meek, good, good boys, and then something happens to them that is like a radicalization moment, and then they go crazy. Right, but what good does a threat from the trans community do in protecting people from threats when they're not following through with it, but are still defending the idea because you bullied us, we decided to kill people when the gays never picked up guns? Well, I think that being gay is I think being trans is a lot bigger than being gay, right? In terms of a lifestyle change, I guess that's debatable, but in my opinion, I think it's different. But when you have somebody like this, keep bashing us, but do not wonder why we go berserk. I think it's pretty obvious this person probably went on a shooting rampage because of their ideology. I think that's what happened. I don't think society is necessarily feminizing men. I don't think that it's society. I think it is society is feminizing men. But I think that it's more that it's demonizing masculinity. And in the process of demonizing masculinity, it's making certain men hate themselves. And whenever the men don't hate themselves, they hate society instead. The problem is trans is a practice of denying reality, which compounds over time. Yeah, I could see that. He shot and killed his son, ex-wife, while the other son was on the ice. Neighbors tell me that the father made the boys uncomfortable while he began transitioning 10 years ago. The son killed was to be married this summer. Man. That's really sad. That's awful. So I think their point is that the gays have been oppressed forever and that everyone on mass shootings, so the trans excuse is not an argument. I don't think it is either. I've never said it was an argument. What I'm saying is that, I think people are very radicalized about this topic. So let me see if I can explain this in a way that's very concise and it's actually well put together. I think the problem is that a lot of people are overly sensitive to the accusation that because you're trans, you're mentally ill. And I think that because of that sensitivity, people who are on the spectrum of trying to be politically correct are afraid of calling out people that are obviously mentally ill when they also are trans because they're worried that that would categorize them as the same people that they're against. I think that's what's happening. And that's the reason why this doesn't get called out and it doesn't get addressed. Does that make more sense? Maybe I don't know if I'm saying it the right way, but I think that's basically it. Most of the transgender come from a place of deep-rooted abuse and trauma. I have no idea. I haven't looked into it at all. And yeah, is there a way to go back and find out the active shooters in the past who were trans? Well, I don't know about that. I think a percentage of the trans community is mentally ill men who are doing damage to the movement. Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. And the issue is that if you can't weed out your extremists and you can't remove the extremists from your own community, you then become defined by those extremists. And I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again, is that if you can't remove extremists from your own community, you then become defined by them. Because this type of extremism is something that people see it and they're like, okay, this is fucking insane. You're correct. Statistically, every group has crazy people, but people want to pretend like their community has zero crazies. It's statistically impossible. Exactly. And also there's psychological inconsistency to these people. I think that with people like this, I bet there probably were like 50 other tells besides this person being trans that would indicate to any rational good person that they were totally out of their fucking mind. Because I bet like they probably acted weird at home. They probably said weird things regularly. They're probably out of their fucking mind. So I don't think that you should really think about it from just that perspective. Warning, don't read the, I don't know what the hell this is. And be a trans person. You make tons of Reddit posts saying you're trans, shoots up at school a year later, kills himself in the process. Community tries to paint you as a perverted cross-dresser. Yeah, because they don't want to have somebody like that, like basically make their movement look bad, right? The retards in Blue Sky are in denial about trans violence. Suddenly every mass shooting perpetrator is trans. I call bullshit. Finding out the shooter in Rhode Island was a, quote, trans woman with a fucking Totenkopf SS tattoo. I am 110% sure it was some wacko who got a boob job just so they could do some heinous shit and blame trans people. I refuse to believe that it's genuine. The thing is that with a person like this, you actually should believe what they're saying. They will never believe that it's genuine. This is a person that's delusional. They're a delusional, crazy person, and they're just making this up so they can feel better about their own ideology. That's the reason why. Transgender's coping hard. Oh, let me look at it on Reddit, okay? I haven't seen this. Let's see here. Transgender. Let's see here if I can find it. Are they talking about this at all? Let's look at the recent posts. And it looks like another tragedy, another wave of blame. And so this is one that happened right now. And according to their profile, they were a Nazi and a MAGA Trumper. I think we should keep repeating that because it's pretty obvious to anyone who isn't a Nazi what the real issue was here. I think that, again, if you're a Nazi and you're like a big crazy person, that is a bad thing. It absolutely is bad. But it's also a bad thing if you're trying to pretend that you're another gender and acting crazy as well. Like, both of these things are important to consider. And also it goes beyond that. I think that not only is this an issue, but people's fixation on trying to pretend like this isn't a problem at all is insane. Why no trans Nazis? And this is the other issue, is that this is another Reddit problem, is that a lot of people on the internet don't realize that whenever you look at an actual random person, a lot of these actual people don't have belief systems that fit inside of these nice little boxes. Like, they might believe in Nazis, but they're also trans. They might be gay, but they also, you know, like Donald Trump or something like that. There are all kinds of people on the spectrum, and you might think that these people have, like, what you would say are, like, you know, mutually exclusive viewpoints. But that's the thing about crazy people, is that they don't have to listen to these things. They're not making decisions the same way that you are. You might think to yourself, oh my God, but how can you believe X and also Y? Well, it's because they're fucking crazy. Like, what do you mean? This is a person that thinks they talk to demons. They think that they can talk to themselves. They're schizos. So what is this? And anyway, no such thing as mutually exclusive? I guess not. That tattoo isn't a hill I would die on. I have tattoos from just a few years ago that go against my faith now. I think the only thing the tattoo proves is that he was unhinged for a while. I don't know. I mean, again, like, I think I don't know why people are trying to play like, oh, this isn't a big deal. It's obviously a big deal that he has like a Nazi tattoo and he was talking about, like, you know, liking Nick Fuentes. But to be fair, the problem is that whenever they were talking about, let me see if I can find it. Whenever they were talking about liking Nick Fuentes, you've got to keep in mind that I think that whenever they said they liked Nick Fuentes, I don't think that they liked his political commentary. I think they were attracted to Nick Fuentes. Like, a lot of let me see if I can pull this out. And you guys can see the comments here. Nick rules. So these are the comments that this person actually made about Nick. No. You think I'm joking. Nick rules. I love Nick. Except, can Nick wear mittens? The thumbs freak me out. And yes, Nick is super hot, but he needs surgery on those goddamn thumbs. Man, how about that? Thumb wars? I told you he's a weirdo. I told you these people are nutso. They're crazy. Trans shooter was not a Nick Fuentes fan. Robert was a support of Trump and a critic of Nick, whose only engagement with AF was via InfoWars. So let's see here. So this is another response they made to Nick. You're being illogical, Nick. Do better. So this is the guy that went out on the shooting telling Nick that he's being illogical. Oh my God. Man. How about that? And so anyway, due to a thumb fetish, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. And so here's another one. Patriotism means to stand by the country. That's okay. Trump will have his own Rushmore. I call it Trumpmore. This is, again, what the shooter said. Okay, let's get another one here. And 46 House Republicans have voted against taking away staff funding. And this is some random guy. They hate Trump. Simple. This guy obviously really liked Donald Trump. And so we've got another one. Rochelle, Jews will never bow down to Christ. Candace is a medieval Jew hater, weaponizing Christianity to harm Jews. So he does Rochelle with 3 throwing up emojis. So what we have here is that, what is the implication of this? Is it that they like Candace Owens? It's possible that could be the case, definitely. Are we witnessing a crazy unicorn? No, because this is all the crazy people. Haven't you noticed this? That like all of these crazy people have totally schizo beliefs and they're completely contradictory? And why is that? Why are the crazy people having all these contradictory crazy beliefs? Oh, wait a minute. Is it because they're fucking crazy? Maybe that's the reason. They're nuts. So yes, obviously. Holy shit. And anyway, let's go back. He absolutely was a groiper. And then here's more comments. Maybe blank. Maybe Islam is right about women. Well, the goy who owns it is Jewish. So, and he's Mossad agent, thumbs down. Oh my God. So let me get this straight. All right, I'm gonna put this, I'm gonna lay it out. Okay? Just a minute. Okay. Rhode Island shooter profile. Gay, transgender, loves Trump, probably a furry.
Let's go to that metro.
Mittens comment. Sexually attracted to Nick Fuentes. Okay, what else? Oh yeah, hates Jews. Okay. Oh, Nazi tattoo. All right, engineer. Is he an engineer? Is that true? Thumb fetish. Okay, all right, next, what else? Oh, father of 2. Can't forget that. All right, so full world buffs? Yeah, think about this. What else do we have? He does weird things with animals? I haven't seen that one. Somebody says, when you click generate random character. Oh my God. Yeah, I guess so, right? And yep, boom, all right. What the fuck is this? Hockey fan. Well, no, we already have gay. Don't worry about it. And, okay, next. Thought was 6 kid. Oh. Oh, Candace Owens and Joyer. Yeah, let's go back. I'm going to have to... Okay, okay, next. Let's see here. Make AI generate this. You know what? After we do the profile, I'm going to ask AI to generate a person like this. I am. Oh, colored hair. Yes, we're absolutely... Gun owner. Gun owner. Second Amendment, probably Second Amendment fan. Okay. All right, let's see what else besides this. Oh, nose ring. Wait, do they have a nose ring? Wait a minute. I actually don't know that. There's no way he's got it. No, I don't see a nose ring. No nose ring. No nose ring. I'm not seeing it. Harley Davidson? We already have gay on there. As I said, it's already been covered. Next. Divorced? Is he divorced? Yeah, I thought he wasn't divorced. Infowars, yes, loves Infowars enjoyer. Okay. Oh, transgender, just for whenever we generate it. Male to female, all right. Let's see, what else besides this? Do we know his religious beliefs? We don't. We do not know at this point. Let's see here, and if I can find a few more of these. Apparently, there was even a video of this person. Let's see here. Oh, I guess this is it. This is the Rhode Island shooter. His daughter said he has a mental illness and was a very sick person. His ex-wife filed for divorce, citing his gender reassignment surgery. Oh, wait a minute. Narcissistic personality disorder. Can you believe that? Big shocker, huh? Okay. All right. Yeah, no way. No way. So, conspiracy theorists. All right, let's listen to the video, okay? Here we go. Wait, he has 6 kids? Oh my God. That's a lot. I mean, really, that's a lot. He got a lot of kids. Oh, 56 years old? Okay. Okay, got it. All right, let's watch it. I love this song. Man, like, oh yeah, loves, yes, wants Thomas, Matt wants, for president. Okay, so there we go. That's another one right there. Give all the info to Grok. Yeah, don't worry about it. So Genophile gets off make the others go along with his clearly wrong assertion. Of course, it's narcissism. See, I don't know anything about that. Transition 10 years ago. Okay, transition 10 years ago. All right. All right, we'll make that on there, absolutely. Let me see if we can pull up some more information about this this individual, okay? So we've got even more of this. Where the hell did it go? There it is. Islam, enthusiastic about Islam. Wait a minute. No, this isn't it. This is something else. No, this is just some other shooter. Okay, this is the last one. I don't know if I can find that one. And where is it here? Tweeted yesterday. Again, they literally tweeted this out yesterday that trans women are ready, or really men are ready and will go berserk. Wait. Oh my God. They replied to Alex Jones yesterday, and then they went on the shooting rampage. He said Islam might be right about women. Well, hey, you know what they say? Oh my God. They replied to Alex Jones yesterday, and then they went on the shooting rampage. He said Islam might be right about women. Well, hey, you know what they say? A broken clock. Islam. Okay, all right, got it. That's transracial? Yes. Shut the fuck up, Alex. Don't be so butthurt over somebody different. Then wonder why trans people go fucking berserk. Oh, boy. And there's the, there right there, you guys can see, there's the Nazi tattoo right there. And it's pretty, I think everybody kind of knows this. Yikes, exactly. And, yep, there we go again. Not so subtle. Nope, not very subtle at all. And, oh my fucking God. I'll see if there's any more of these that are worth looking at here. Oh, we've already seen it too. I've already seen that one. Oh boy, I can't really show that. That's a little bit too low. And what is it here? I wonder if it's a BWE too. Well, I don't know about that. I have no idea. Rhode Island shooter never reacted well when I stated the truth about transgenders. Oh boy. Let me go back. I'll see if I can find some more of these that are worth looking at. And Skip, it's a weed too? Yeah, sure. And he commented on Kevin Sorbo's post yesterday. Epstein's transgender works so well, we got the Nazis doing it? I guess so. Is showing the swastika against TOS? I don't think it is, no. I don't know why it would be. And yeah, I mean, that's just, it's a swastika. Like, that's what people, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Enough points on a graph pointing at trans people are mentally unstable. If you really want if you want my honest opinion about this, no, I actually really don't think that that's the issue. I think that trans is a masking issue, but trans isn't a causal factor. Does that make sense? So, like here, what? No. Let me, as I said, I'm a very logical person. I'm an extremely logical person. And I want you guys to see if you can follow along with what I'm saying, okay? 99.99% of trans people don't do this. If trans was the issue, then there would be a higher percentage of them doing this. Right? I mean, right? I mean, like, I don't know really, like, that this is not, I mean, again, like, I don't care about, like, what your opinion on it is, but it's just don't defend them. It's not about, you're not thinking. You're not thinking. You're feeling. Think about this for a second. It's just not logical. It's not. Anyway, and would you say that they're mentally ill? Some of them are. And what I said, this is what I've said before, is that trans people that are mentally ill, I don't think get treated the same way because people are afraid of saying that they're mentally ill. That's the issue. A majority of trans people are aggressive and prone to violence, though. I don't know if I could say that. I think that you're saying like over half of them are. Like, I don't know if I'd say that for sure at all. But what I will say is that whenever one of them is like that, I think it should be treated seriously and not just ignored. That's it. Ask Grok about the real stats on trans violence. Okay. All right. Let's look at it. What percentage of trans people become mass shooters? Is this fair? In the United States. Is that it? Are violent offenders of the law. Okay, are violent offenders of the law. Oh, also, let me ask for both, because I want to know both of these. Are violent offenders of the law. I think that's fair. So now we'll ask both questions. Yeah, and also compare these numbers with the general population on a per capita basis. I think this is extremely fair, right? This is extremely fair analysis. Okay, here we go. Let me do it on Gemini too. I'll make sure it's not bullshit. All right, get the fuck out of here. There we go. All right. Figure it out. Do it. Do it, bitch. Gotta use extra water. Yeah, it needs a lot of extra water for this one, so be patient, okay, guys? Not that being trans means you're mentally ill, but do you think a higher percentage of mentally ill people become trans? Yes. Yes. Undeniably. Absolutely. Of course. Duh. You have to factor in whether trans can pass or not. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, like, I'm looking at like whether you're doing it or not. So here we go. Transgender individuals account for fewer than 0.1% of mass shootings and represent 0.3 to 0.6%. Using conservative estimates, 3 to 4, the percentage of transgender people who become mass shooters is approximately 0.0002%. or per 2 million transgender individuals over that period. This is an upper bound estimate. So let's see here. Do you have friends in real life that are trans? I mean, not really. There are people that I've known that were trans over the years, but like right now, I'm not really, honestly, I haven't really been hanging out with anybody. So like not right now, no. But that's, I mean, like over like historically, yes, but not right now. Keep reading, I will. Percentage of transgender people who are violent offenders in Western countries. Lifetime incarceration rates for transgender women are 21%. What? Wait, what? Like, no, I'm going to ask it to explain more of that. Swedish study found that post-1989 trans cohorts and overall conviction rates similar to cis people assigned at birth. Earlier cohorts showed higher rates. Transgender women 18 times more likely than cisgender women for violent offenses, but comparable to cisgender men. Oh, okay, so it's basically like, yeah, obviously, like, okay, that makes sense. And UK and Europe, transgender people represent 0.3% of the population, but are not overrepresented in violent crime statistics. That's in the UK. They're probably not reporting it correctly anyway. So, like, you can't really trust what they're saying one way or another, but I would generally probably agree with that. But, you know, it's like a bit of a, you know, like where it's coming from. And let's see here, if 10, 20% of the percentage of transgender people who are violent offenders is roughly 2 to 5% lifetime. I don't know if that's really high or not. I mean, mass shootings, let's see here. Transgender rate, 0.2 or 0.3. So it is a higher rate. It's undeniably a higher rate. Transgender injury will have a lower per capita rate. They are underrepresented in mass shootings relative to their population share. This could also be, you know, like older data, because like even if you add in one person, it's going to change these numbers. So like I don't know if that's it. 2 to 5% is pretty good. I don't know. And general population rate, violent crimes may vary. U.S. homicide rate 6, poor. Okay, here a transgender rate. It's limited. People don't really know. And let's see what this says. Mass shootings as well, less than 0.1%. And they account for less than 0.1% of mass shootings, violent offending, victimization. Oh my God. So, this is it. Schizophrenic asked the same thing about schizophrenic people, just to get a comparison in the anti-schizo narrative. I've never tried to hurt someone willingly, yeah, and I'm fucking crazy. There's a massively weighted expected outcome of more violence than trans here. Yeah, and so I think that, like, really, you have to look at a spectrum of this, because there's some people that are crazy, but there's other people that are violent and crazy. Like, and that's the issue. And the problem is, and I've said this before, do you remember what I said about people that were crazy on social media, and we need to get on top of these people? So you're wrong? No, I'm not wrong. I said it's a massive, like a fractional minority that's less than 0.1%, and I'm right about that. So that's what I've said. I mean, I've said this the entire time. And so anyway, can you remove gang violence from the stats, make it apples to bananas? I don't know how really to do that. I mean, like gang violence or anything else, I have no idea. And so, yeah, all women are crazy, but not all are violent. Yes, definitely. And 2 to 5% equals 1%. No, that's not what the number was. So lifetime violent conviction rate, Western average is 1 to 3%. This is like not really that much more. It's about the same, but like lifetime conviction rates, and this is also for convictions versus also an average. There's a lot more to it than that. And so it looks like he served in the Navy as well. He served in the Navy. Okay, this is going to be the craziest character creator I've ever done. This is it. This is crazy character creator. All right, so anyway, now it all checks out? Yeah, sure. You're forgetting that a lot of this is violence and not just reported because they're trans. Misidentifying can turn them into a rage and lead them into violent crime. Police let them go scot-free in a lot of Western countries. And that's basically what I think the issue is that by treating some of these people with kid gloves and not trying to hold them accountable for being violent, aggressive, or hostile, or advocating for violence, I think that what we've done is we have allowed these people to be violent, to be aggressive, and to go out and push this stuff for really no reason. And I think that's the main problem of what's going on here, is that you have these people that, you know, very clearly these are people that are mentally ill that need help. And instead of giving them the help they need, you're letting them run wild and they're killing people. That's the issue. And so we cultivated it? Yes, exactly. And I have to add tattoos? Oh, yeah. Well, I already had the tattoos, right? Ad drives muscle cars. Well, I don't know if that's his car. He's just posing next to it, right? So, wait, is this the GameStop Miami guy? No, this is something else. This is a new person, etc., right? But, like, overall, I think this is really it's a continual and very annoying thing of what's happening, right? I mean, like, I would say, overall, this kind of stuff is just getting worse. And I think that the problem is that people are unwilling to look at, for example, like individuals that have like actual mental problems and actually assign these mental problems to them because they're worried about it looking bad. And the best thing that we can possibly do, this is my opinion, is we need to we need to, reopen the asylums. That's what we need to do. We've got to reopen the asylums. We've got to get these crazy people and we've got to get them, we got to round them up and we got to put them in the asylums. That is the main problem, is we have these nutballs running around and they're running wild, and they should not be running wild. Absolutely not. Subset society is enabling and encouraging a mental disorder. I think that it's okay. Like, as I said, I feel like there is very clearly a spectrum of this. Now, if you don't support trans and you don't agree with it or you don't think that, I don't really care. Like, I don't give a shit. And like, just for the record, I don't think a man can become a woman. I don't think a woman can become a man. Not by any sort of fundamental design, right? Like you can't change your chromosomes. You can't change your biology. Like, it just doesn't happen. So it does make sense. Well, yeah, you can't do it. Like, you can't change your age. You can't change your gender. You can't change your race. You just can't do these things. Like, I mean, obviously that's the case. Now, you can do things that will, make you look more like another race, or make you look more like you're younger or older, or you can do things that make you look like you're a man or a woman, but you can't do that. Let's see here if I can find this. Are you not scared of getting canceled by saying that? Why would I get canceled for that? This is what everybody thinks. Like, everybody thinks this. It's not, this is the problem, is that what I'm saying is what I think a vast, gigantic, huge amount of people in the world think, but they are afraid to say it. People are afraid of saying this because they don't want to get the pushback and the blowback from crazies and, like virtue signalers and this stuff. No, it's not it isn't getting canceled. It's just the truth. Like, everybody knows this. Yeah, it's just about repeating it. Exactly. It's just science. Like, I don't know what else you can say. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't treat these people with compassion. That doesn't mean you can't be polite to them. But yes, obviously you can't completely change yourself from one gender to another. You can present as another gender. People can see you as another gender. But just because somebody sees you as another gender, if you paint a pigeon black, it doesn't make it a crow. Like, that's it. It's just, that's the way birds work. That's the way everything works. You can't paint stripes on a fucking horse and turn it into a zebra. That's not the way the world is. Even if it looks that way, it doesn't make it the same thing. So people don't want to hear that? I think that a lot of people do, if you want me to be honest. I think that a lot of people are tired. They are sick and fucking tired of being told that what is obvious and completely fucking plain English, common sense, right in front of you is somehow, oh, I don't know what this is. I'm sick and tired of, yeah, exactly. And I don't want to get, this might be the best mod for infield. What is this? What is this shit? Give me a minute. See if I can find this. Oh my God. Okay, that's fucking insane. Wow. All right, that's a little bonus event, right? For the Emperor. Yeah, it's Gilberta. It is. And what is this? Is better narrative? Do we have to adjust our reality to theirs? Yes. And so I'm not sure I would call a trans woman a man, though, and not a woman either. They might be male, but yet not a man. Well, they are a guy, right? I mean, like, your sex and your gender is defined at birth, and it can never be changed. That's it. This is definitive. Well, there are a handful of medical abnormalities like, somebody's intersex or, they're born with some other type of deformity. But in the same way that if you asked a person, how many arms is a human being born with? They would say 2. But then you say, oh, well, there's some people that are born with 3 arms or 1 arm or no arms. Would you go and say, oh, okay, well, now we don't know how many arms human beings are born with? No, they would still say 2. It's very obvious. So there's a norm with this, very obviously. I gotta be honest, bro, I'm sick of capitulating to the minority. I think that a lot of people are. And I think that also I can go to the dealer and just buy a car by saying I have the money. Yes, even if you listen, guys, even if you paint your Honda Civic like a Ferrari, it's still not gonna be a Ferrari. And I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. I'm back. Give me a minute. Okay. So we got this going on, right? And I do think that there's a lot of dishonesty, right? In your estimation, how many mass shooters have been trans? Like 4 or 5, I think, something like that.
Go to that metro.
I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, it's such backwards logic. I had a dude argue bitterly with me because hermaphrodites exist. It means that nature intended to have more than 2 genders. Yeah, I mean, there's all like, does nature intend for people to have cancer? Does nature intend for kids to be born with their organs outside of their body? Obviously not. Like, it's just, again, the problem that a lot of people have is that they don't actually think about their positions. They don't think about any of their opinions on anything. They just make up bullshit because it's what makes them feel good or what sounds good or what they think is socially acceptable. This is what I think would happen. I think that if the social culture, and this has already happened, right? Like, is that the social support of trans has already gone down dramatically. Like, if I compare, like, 2022, 2021 to now, and 2020, and I look at that versus now, I think the support for trans is probably less than 20% of what it was. So, like, if it was, like, let's say 500, now it's 100. If it was 100, now it's 20. And I think even that might be an overestimation. And I think that even then, a lot of the support now is astroturfed. I think the truth is, and there have even been studies about this that people have done, that, let me see if I can pull this up and show it. It'll take me a second, but this is a recent poll that a lot of people actually hide their real values about these topics, and they don't say what their real opinion is because they don't want to have the pushback, and they want to say what's socially acceptable. And I think that's the main issue that, we really have, is that a lot of these people are just simply, here we go. 78% of students told us they self-censor on their beliefs surrounding gender identity. 78%. That is insane. That is absolutely why, though? Because they're worried. Here's the reason why. And so I want you guys to understand this, that this is the vast majority. 78% is enough of a percentage in Congress to change the Constitution. You've got to keep that in mind. The left requires silence, yes. And the reason why it's so high, and this is the reason why this is the reason why a lot of, for example, I have a lot of people that watch my content, is because whenever I'm saying this stuff, there is a gigantic, massive, unspoken majority of people that think this stuff, that are afraid to say it because they don't want the pushback from these violent extremists that will go through every form of character assassination possible in order to get you to stop from telling the truth. That's really what it is. Why people are scared of being called transphobic or racist? Exactly. People are afraid. They are afraid. And the problem is that the moment that these people are no longer afraid, there is going to be a massive, massive backlash to this. And I think that every trans shooting that happens brings us closer to that. And I think that trying to force the entire population into playing along with you have to observe this person's gender, you have to use these pronouns, you have to talk like this, they have to use these bathrooms. And if you even so much as question this, you get your total life destroyed, and they, basically destroy your reputation and try to do everything that they can to harm you as an individual. And that's it. All my friends in college don't like the pronouns movement, but they choose to say nothing because it's annoying to deal with irrational people. Exactly. Hypothetically, if science found a way to completely transform someone into a female completely, uterus and give birth, would you accept them as female? Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah, I mean, it's the same as of course. Theoretically, if you could change somebody's DNA, good question. Well, I don't know why. They still aren't. Well, why aren't they? Why not? Yeah, why not? If you could theoretically change somebody's DNA to make them female, why would they not be female? Your mind doesn't change? People's minds change all the time. Who's to say it can't change their brain too? Yeah, I don't know. They weren't born a woman? So you have to be born a woman in order to be a woman? I don't know. That's not how I would see it, right? I mean, that's not how I see it. But, you know, like, here's the question. Here's the important question. Everybody knows where this is going. Would you have sex with, if they could completely change on every single level, and this person was born? No, we're going to go all the way, all right? Right? No, we're going all the way. Would you have sex with someone who was born a man, who went through a procedure to change by every cell, every chromosome, every atom, and every single piece of their DNA into a woman, and they were hot as fuck? Like, they look like Sydney Sweeney or something like that, or whoever you think is really hot. Would you have sex with that person? Man, boys, this is down to the wire. Oh my God. Kant? Okay, well, we'll give it a little bit longer. Give people a minute or two to vote if you guys want to vote on this. Fellas are down bad. And like this chick, by the way, it could be like whatever porn star you think is the hottest, whatever video game character you think is the hottest, as long as it's not like a furry or something. It's like a human being. Imagine that. You know, if she looks like Shadowheart from fucking Baldur's Gate 3, she looks like Eve from Stellar Blade. Literally the exact same carbon copy. Literally down to a fucking, you know, microscopic level. Link? Okay, yeah, Karlach? No, she's red and shit. Absolutely not. Tifa from Final Fantasy. Yes, exactly. Lara Croft. Cammy from... I feel like the more I'm naming out, the higher the percentage for yes goes. Okay, I'm going to stop. I don't want to influence it anymore. But anyway, this is the point that I was making, right? Is that the overwhelming majority of people hide their power level with what they really think about gender identity, because the people that push gender identity, you know, gender identity politics are so vitriolic and aggressive that they don't want to deal with it. But you can see here that, you know, personally, privately, a lot of people are completely and totally against this. And I think that's the difference. Dude, the clip is going to go so hard. I'm just telling you the truth, right? That's it. Epstein promised us genetics 10,000 years ago. If you're straight, if you sucked a dick, would it make them not gay? It depends on who it is. So I think, what's this here? I think greatest sentence ever. Do you speak to Bridget Macron? No, guys, absolutely not. And gender bender hentai, is that gay? I mean, I think it's, if you're changing your gender, I don't know, it depends, right? But like either way, let me go back to what we were originally talking about, okay? We went on a little bit of a of an exciting little event, but overall, I feel like this is just going to continue, is that the more that people try to avoid talking about the very clear and obvious issue of this happening, the more people will push the idea of it. And I think that the best solution for how to handle this is to look at these people that are trans and are mentally ill. And I think that you need to treat these people like they are victims. Because when these people have a mental disorder and there's something wrong with them, that person now needs to be treated and taken care of because they're mentally insane. It doesn't matter whether they're trans or not. That's secondary. The fact is that they're mentally fucking ill and they're crazy. Don't forget to generate the image. You're right. We are going to generate the shooter profile of this person. Here's...
Let's go to the church entrance.
Here's the list. Gay, transgender male to female, loves Trump, probably a furry, sexually attracted to Nick Fuentes, hates Jews, Nazi tattoo, thumb fetish, father of 6, colored hair, gun owner, Second Amendment fan, divorced, InfoWars enjoyer, narcissistic, 56 years old, transitioned 10 years ago, wants Thomas Massey to run for president, thinks Islam might be right about women, and served in the Navy. Oh, white. Okay. Generate a person with all of these characteristics. Yeah, we're going to do this off screen. It's doing it. Oh my God. Wow. Well, there it is. Wait, why did it just generate a photo of me? Wait, what? What happened? Holy crap. Oh my God. And so anyway, add steroid use to this? Yes. And add body weight. Yes, definitely. Oh my God. So there we go, guys. Alternate identity. And so anyway, this is what's happened. Rhode Island. I'll see if there's any more information about this that's worth looking at. But I'll see if there's any more from the profile or not. Let me see if I can find it. No, this is some other random person that killed a frog. This is, God damn it. This is more of some other random thing. Where is it here? I'll pull it again. And where the fuck did it go? Yep, here's some more of this. Add it to the list. All these, wait, wow. Holy shit. God damn. That's a lot of it. I know you said percentage of trans shooters is very low, but don't they have like a 10x suicide rate than straight people? I actually don't know. If you want me to be honest, I'm not even sure about that. I know they have a high suicide rate, but I'm not sure if it's that high. That seems like extremely ridiculously high. So yeah, they do. I mean, I don't know. That's scary. I mean, here's my outlook on that. Trans suicide rate versus general suicide rate. USA. 20, yeah, let's just say, yeah, let's use. $14 versus, where's the percentage here? 12 times more likely. 18 times more likely. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, that's really high. That's insanely fucking high. I heard it was like 42% or something like that. I didn't know it was that bad. And anyway, this is the way I see it, right? Is that whenever I see this, I think that there's a lot of extra variables. So like, for example, a lot of trans people aren't accepted in society and they're treated really badly in society. So when they're being treated really badly in society, and in some cases they're being collectively bullied and treated horribly, like, is that going to increase the suicide rate? So what I'm saying is that whenever they have a very high suicide rate, is this something that's intrinsic to them being trans, or is it also because of the way society treats them because they're trans? And I think the real answer is probably both, but it's probably not one or the other. It's probably a mixture. So yeah. And look at suicidal ideation. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, a lot of people feel that way. I mean, it doesn't really make a huge difference. Except for high depression rates. Yeah, definitely. Psychologists prey on them. Maybe. And what's the bullying rate for fat people in the United States? Probably about 100%, I would say. So, yeah, they need someone to love, I guess. People need to stop hating so much. They need to start loving ourselves and others. Well, here's the problem, is that so many people get caught up in the idea of whether a person is trans or, you know, like gay or non-binary or whatever, that we miss, I think, the main core problem. And the core problem is that you have some of these people that are running around with massive, undiagnosed mental disorders that are so profound and so bad, and nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that we have these nutballs running around causing problems everywhere, and nobody does anything about it. Like if you go, for example, if you go on a street corner and you see a crazy person yelling, I'm sorry, but we should just go and have the authorities get that person and put them in a mental institution. That's what we should do. And I don't want to have crazy people running around yelling, causing problems. I don't want to have this crazy shit happen at all. So the big issue of what this is, they're insane. Instead of getting treatment, they get their delusions indulged. Yeah, I think people are afraid of calling it out because they don't want to be seen as transphobic. And so instead of actually getting these people that are crazy the help they need, what happens instead of that is that people just continue reaffirming it and then turning a blind eye to it. And eventually people like this fly off the fucking handle and they're violent. And that's the issue, is that you let these people go and do this and they're going to go out and shoot people. Are right-wingers treated in academia? Does it hurt their suicidal rate? But right-wingers aren't mentally ill? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea about that. I mean, in academia, I have no clue. What kind of help should they need? I think that if you're the kind of person that is like mentally deranged, you need to just be, and I'm going to be honest, this is going to sound like it's not a very empathetic take, which is ironic considering I'm the most empathetic streamer. I don't really care. I don't. It doesn't really matter to me what help somebody needs. The most important thing to me is taking a person like that and removing them from the public. Because the people that I look out for and the people that I care about are the people that are, you know, mentally of sound mind, people that are good actors, people that are trying to just go about their day and live their life and be happy. And those are the people that I want to make sure that their lives are in the best case possible. And if that takes removing a small subset of people that are crazy, then that's the easiest decision I could make in my life. It's such an easy decision. Their needs come second. Yeah, exactly. It's legally impossible to institutionalize them. It requires 60 votes in the Senate or the Supreme Court reinterpretations. Well, then just put people on the Supreme Court that'll reinterpret it. It's simple. Like, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't happen overnight, but I feel like very clearly something like this needs to happen. Don't tell them about per capita. Well, what do you mean by per capita? Don't you have some sort of bias there, like having someone you care about with those issues? I'm confused. What don't you have? I'll pull you up real quick, and we'll read this. It's right. What is this? What is the hypocrisy here? Or the what is this? I'm confused. No, you're not going to get banned, or at least probably not. I don't think you see us getting fixed until people are fed up enough. I think a lot of people are not fed up enough either. I think that's the main issue. And also people are afraid to talk about this issue. That's the main problem. It's 20 minutes ago? Yeah, it could be so. Oh, that was about the poll? Okay, I see that. But like having someone you care about with those issues, I think that if you care about a person with these issues, you should also care about everybody else that you know that doesn't have those issues. So for example, like if you have a family of people and one person is crazy and they could fly off the handle and maybe kill their family or something like that, and everybody else isn't, I would say you still should make the right decision for the most people and then, you know, institutionalize that person. Does it make sense to me? Exactly. I would want a family member put in a psych ward if they were going insane and became a danger to themselves and others. Yeah. It's like if you really care about this family member or something like that, you would want to do everything that you can to protect this person. Because if this person does fly off the handle and hurt somebody, that means that that person is going to now be put in jail and their life is going to effectively be over. So yeah, it's like as always, it's a trolley problem. Anyone who's a drug addict in the family knows this? Yeah, I think so too. I think there's a lot of examples of this. And let's let all the alcoholics who kill people with their cars go free because they have a disease. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like everybody makes this decision with alcoholics. I agree. It's just way harder. So you would probably care about the solution more. Well, you have to make decisions sometimes that are for the best interests of most people rather than the people that you care about. There's a reason why judges recuse themselves and you don't have people that are the family of the victim on the jury for a trial. Like, I mean, you don't want to have people that are personally invested in something to be making the decisions for what should happen with it because they're going to be biased. Like, it's just very common sense, right? It's like having all the rich people vote on taxes for the rich people and all the poor people vote on taxes for the rich people. I wonder what's going to happen, right? So it's just people always work in their self-interest, but that doesn't mean that you should go and, allow that to take action over it, right? Activists rarely recuse themselves. I know that. That's because they're activists. So since 2018, there have been multiple shootings that end with transgenders. What is this here? Wait, what?
Literally in my driveway right now.
Received a call from his frightened daughter claiming that someone was trying to break in the house.
Help me, please.
When he arrived, he discovered a deranged man wearing...
That's too tight! Help! Help me, please!
Oh my God.
That hurt.
It's like some people that do this are mentally ill. They are. They're crazy. They're nutballs.
Help me, please! That hurt!
Yeah, they're nuts. Like you're not doing them any favor by any favors by not institutionalizing them. Oh, turn it down.
Help me! I'm not resisting. That hurt.
Yeah, it's just a nutball, man. It is. It's a straitjacket time. Yeah, people like this belong in a straitjacket in a padded room, and it's for their own best interest. It's just sad. What's sad? Here's what's really sad to me about it. What's really sad to me about it is that people think that it's okay. That's the main problem that I have, is that they think that it's okay to do this, and they think that it's a better and more, It is a more morally consistent thing to do to let people like this go out into the wild and cause themselves to ruin their own lives. That's the real reason why. Those are the people that I dislike the most about this topic. Greed is destroying the world. You know what's funny? I bet there was a guy that said this 3,000 years ago. I do really think it's true, though. It is. I think the root of all evil is scarcity. And scarcity and greed are very tied together.
I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit. Stock market is going to crash. The housing prices are going to come back down to earth any day now. And yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't.
I think the stock market in practice has crashed for the average person because the average person is so disconnected from the gains in the stock market. But that's like more of a complex thing to say.
Sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Inflation is out of control. Groceries have never been
These are all the graphs I show you guys. See this? See?
Expensive. Layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green.
This is the same shit I have. Yes, exactly. Because it's not representative of the average person.
Is this guy
yes.
stupid? The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way.
Yeah.
This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying,
yeah, I made a lot of money. It's good.
You know, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market.
Well, this is the problem, is that poor people can't take advantage of and enjoy the fruits of their labor whenever it's basically only realized in terms of stock value. Like, because they don't have enough money to even enjoy that benefit. It doesn't even happen.
In your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get
Not to mention, you have no idea how to do it because school doesn't teach you how to do it.
Benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of
that graph represents how much you like communism.
Home buyers is 59 years old. What a depressing
59?
statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make...
That's one of the things that people don't understand, is that even sometimes when you get a wage, if you get a 10% wage, but the cost of everything goes up by 20%, well, you just lost 10% of your fucking money. This is a thing a lot of people don't get. And I think that it's intentional that people don't understand this. This is maybe conspiracy Andy from me, but I've always thought that people in America were intentionally miseducated, so they were never able to identify and have problems with the actual systems like this that are effectively oppressing the fuck out of them.
$1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year, and congratulations, you now have $11 million.
What?
At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening, and they're both moving in opposite directions. 50%.
Exactly. I've been saying this before. Like this, I'm so fucking validated right now. I'm so happy.
% of the stock market is owned by the top 1%.
Yes.
Only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience.
Because it's not true. And you ask anybody, it's obviously not fucking true. This is the problem. Like, everybody says, oh, but look at the study, look at the graph, look at the statistic. That is like Reddit tier intelligence. If you can't understand what that statistic means, how the numbers were arrived at, and then synthesize it with the way that your life is, you're just a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're being taken advantage of. And by the way, that's the reason why they all want you to trust the science. Oh, trust the science. Trust the experts. Yeah, because the experts are going to feed you a bunch of lies while you live in your mom's house because you can't afford a fucking apartment, even though you're working full time. And then all your money goes to paying off your student debt that the interest is accruing faster than your payments are. You're just fucked.
Somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough.
That's right.
The real answer is, sorry, you should have been born sooner.
You should have. And the other thing too, that this is one of the other issues that I do have with some of these videos, is that there's an element of it that's a defeatism. There are people that in 10 years, they're 20 now, and in 10 years they'll be 30 and be millionaires. If you work hard, there is a chance that you will be successful. And whatever the chance of you being successful not working hard is, it will be higher than that. So it doesn't matter whether, but it's rigged, it's not fair, or anything else, it's luck. I think that there's a lot of things, luck is a factor, but people that work hard get lucky more often. Not anymore. Here's a good example, right? Can you guys name a streamer that we know them now and we didn't know them a year ago? It was very well known right now. Nina? Okay, bad example. Next, Peanut? Yeah, I think Peanut's a great example. That's what I'm talking about, is that you will know somebody who does, and everybody says, oh, streaming, you can't get into streaming anymore. There will be somebody who you know their name next year who didn't believe you. And the truth is that working hard is your best chance of being successful, but it's also not a guarantee. But it's certainly a much higher chance than if you don't work hard.
Thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate.
That's right.
It's not my fault you're lazy.
Your parents should have been rich.
Squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy
and
is
that they will understand it.
I'm bad right now. I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. Hi, I'm Upside Down. And I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. If you're watching this video, you're probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, How are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. A VPN creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through.
He should have used this as a sales pitch to say that, with subscriptions increasing in price, you can use NordVPN to watch more things with less subscriptions. I think this would have been a better sales technique that would fit into his video, but that's okay.
As it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping
Everybody
your
knows
sensitive
what
information safe
NordVPN
from
is
criminals, losers, and especially free. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files for malware. It can even warn you if you stumbled onto a fake online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Sí, ¿qué pasó? Ya, oye, yo estoy bien, con unos 5 puntos hoy día.
que solo tenía en exceso 500.000 y te quedan caleta de 15.000 inventarios y puedo pasar a la mochila, así que me voy bien. Vale, yo voy a seguirme en cuenta ahora, ¿bien? Y ahí hablamos, niños, me llaman. Chao.
For something like that.
I'm not.
Take it from me, it could happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area.
So, like, for example, I don't know why I got reminded of this, but like in Texas, there's like porn websites that are blocked. So you can just use a VPN.
Changing your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process.
Same
if you
with
want to try out
Florida.
NordVPN for yourself with a 30-day money-back guarantee, go to nordvpn.com/gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. That's not going to do anything. I'm just a guy. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up.
It's because the fake number is going up. Yeah.
But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry.
That's right.
But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just
they're human centipeding themselves. Yes.
Like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession.
Yes.
You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only 2 paths forward. Worst case scenario, it turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer.
I need to be a billionaire. I think this is what I've learned from the video is that I need to become a billionaire. It seems like they have there's a lot of good things that happen to them. Yeah, same? Yeah.
Is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're going to have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive.
Is evolving.
We got to kill that horse first. People largely do not...
You're not going to kill AI. It's not going to happen. AI is inevitable. The entire, like, this premise that you can kill AI if there's enough YouTube videos about it. Do you think that fucking whoever Rockefeller gives a shit about your YouTube video? Fuck no. Do you think that Jensen and NVIDIA cares that there's a tweet that says AI is bad? Fuck no. That Elon Musk, I was going to do AI, but I see there's a cat girl on Twitter that says it's bad. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. The only thing that you can do is to prevent AI from the best case scenario is that AI takes everybody's jobs, and then the companies that incorporate and use AI are taxed at a higher rate, and that money is then redistributed to the people whose jobs were displaced by AI. And this is obviously done because obviously all of their data and information and everything, like the AI would never be, and I think this is fair, by the way. This is very fair, and here's the reason why it's fair. Is that without all of the data and resources and technology that the previous people who were working built and created, the AI would have never had the tools in order to take advantage of their job. So the AI was trained by their job, and I think that because of that, they deserve part of the fruits of that labor, because that was based off of them. I think that's very fair.
Like AI.
We're not going to have that happen. Everybody's going to be a slave. You're going to turn people into batteries, and maybe we'll have a new plague. But in a perfect world, that's what I would say. Not the plague part, but everybody getting money.
And are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one...
Thank God we can digitally necromancer grandma. Let's digitally necromancer grandma back to life so she can tell us to buy NordVPN. Thank God.
Unasked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own.
That's right.
And they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves.
Like
no more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or...
Flippy is not even programmed to have the word union in its training data. It does not know what unions are. It doesn't know what PTO is. It doesn't know workers' comp. It has no fucking idea what overtime is. Overtime is all the time.
Can I have Saturday off?
Yeah, that's right.
My family died. No.
No.
Shut up. That's the eventual goal.
Yep.
Why they're all pouring billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and...
This is inevitable. It's inevitable. You can't stop it.
It's for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous. Or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people.
Oh my God, this fatty is trying to steal. I bet there's food in the box. Caught red-handed. Look at this. You guys can't see it here. 172,000 likes. Now, what website is this on? You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. It's fucking Facebook. Of course.
Into thinking something happened.
She probably thought it was, hey, he called her fat too. You can't say the thing is that I don't know if they're being racist or they're being negative about her being fat. I don't know. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, what am I thinking? I don't know what you're thinking. It could be one of two things.
That didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools...
You can't stop it. And every single website and company will now use user interactions and user data as a valuable, quantifiable resource that's then sold as a data package. So you're going to effectively have to stop using the entire internet. Like using YouTube, for example, here's a great example of it right here, is that if I pull this up and I look at, let's see, do we have captions here? Is there captions? Yeah, so in a lot of cases, these captions are generated automatically through show transcript. I don't know if this is exactly like written by him or not, but I can guarantee you that you can probably go and do a translation into like 10 other languages that he didn't do. And so the truth is that even by making videos on YouTube, you are indirectly contributing to this problem. There is no way that you can interact with people on the internet that does not indirectly feed Roku's basilisk.
if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country. Who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers.
That's right. And I need to buy some of these data centers myself. I see you can make a lot of money on them. I talked to somebody about this recently.
Utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't...
That's right. Because if he pretends to have a girlfriend, he doesn't have another baby mama who's making tweets about him all the time complaining. If Annie does that, he just turns the bitch off.
Just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained.
I mean, I get that.
Trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data
makes a lot of
has to
sense.
be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of it.
That's right.
But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years.
Surely it's not going to go up more after that.
And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power these stupid fucking tech...
That's right. That's it.
Technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on.
Yeah, and also they're paying for it with their power bills too. Absolutely. Did you see what's this here? Do you say they were pumping out toxic gases to a town 1 mile away near Memphis? Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen that at all. Data centers reuse and recycle their water. I build them for a living. I'm sure there's probably like, I don't know whether data centers are like poisoning water or not. I mean, I really just don't know that. Like, I don't know enough about it. I just don't. Like, I don't want you guys to tell me either because I'm not going to believe anything that somebody says. Depends. I think that's the only thing that I will probably believe is that there's probably some of them that do, some of them that don't. The better built ones don't. The bad built ones probably do. So yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really, worse,
slaves.
Because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey,
I do think that, like, I mean, this is one of the things, like, for example, like, I think it's really annoying if you have like a dog that's like barking and it's really loud in like a house or a neighborhood or apartment building. And I think that really, whenever you're making so much noise at a regular basis, like everybody knows, like somebody has a block party, it's like, okay, you're not going to call the cops about that. But the problem is that if your block party is going on 24/7 and your block party is basically the heartbeat of a computer, and you could just hear it all day, every day, you're going to get people that are living around it that are going to start vibrating and they're going to be fucking mad.
They're doing all of this.
NC just passed a bill to make residents pay for more electricity to fund the building operation of new plants for data centers. Yep. It's happening. It's happening. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
To make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough
probably 90.
that these people already own everything that they ever want. They can so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people...
Give me a second. I've got to refresh this. My thing is fucked up. And I want to make sure my internet's okay. Okay, this is good. I apologize. Let me see if I can get this to work, because my chat stopped working. And I want to make sure that my stream didn't die for some reason. Let me go back and double check. Okay. Am I good? I'm good, right? Yes. Okay, that's good. I don't know why. It's just like a weird pop-up, and it just wasn't working. I'll try to open it up again in a minute and see if I can get it to start. Sorry about this. We just had a weird little hiccup, but things seem to be improved. All right, now we're back. It must be the fucking data centers. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm watching the video.
will joke that they just need that money to buy and make some shady deal to screw over the working class. People will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. Matter. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them.
I think this is a bit of an exaggeration. I think that a lot of them, like in some cases, it's not necessarily this like massive existential emotional problem. They just like building the business and they just want to make it bigger for no reason other than to make it bigger, right? I don't think it really has to, there doesn't always have to be like a psychological component to it. They could just like building businesses. But in a general sense, yeah, there's a point where enough is enough.
Weren't actively destroying the world in the process.
Yeah,
one of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else. You're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little.
This is true, by the way. All of this is accurate.
History lesson here.
If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapse. Thousands of banks closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades,
it's crazy how much work he did. It really is. It's nuts.
Became the most prosperous.
In my opinion, he's one of the best presidents
on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year.
There you go.
This is a team effort.
Isn't that crazy? Like, can you imagine them doing that nowadays? This is like super rare.
We win. They win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers, number 1, we got to make good products. Employees, number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community, number 3, we all want to live in a better world. And as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however
Always a mistake.
And finally, all the way at the bottom.
Because any of these companies that do this shit, like they say that they're going to help, but that only matters enough. I think the video is alarmist. If you want to produce anything in the United States, you have to sacrifice something. Otherwise, China will produce everything. I think that I would rather sabotage almost anything than lose the AI race. I think that it's worth almost sabotaging nearly anything in order to win that, because I think that it will be a like it'll be like like electricity or something like that, right? So like I do agree. Like the thing is that like and I think that his video, like you're right that it all does fall flat whenever. You have a rival competitor that is doing and pulling out all the stops and willing to take any risk and sacrifice anything, is that if you want to beat that person, you either have to innovate in a way that they haven't thought of in order to make up the difference, or you have to meet them where they're at. And so I think that really, I mean, we're trying to do both, very obviously. But yeah, and if you don't do that, then you're going to lose even more than if you sacrifice the things in order to win. And I think that's very clearly, like, that's the logic. I even agree with the logic.
Our shareholders,
but there's ways you can do it that are better, right? It's not everything in the world is binary.
Can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these three tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is
one of the things that, like, people don't understand with making videos too, is that you shouldn't try to make money with your videos necessarily. You should just try to make very good videos, and then if you make very good videos, you'll make money. Like, I really mean this. I haven't checked the amount of money that, like, I make on most platforms in like a year. I don't even know how much money I make. Because I think that thinking about it is like a brain poison. I don't ever like thinking about money. It's because then it's a quality, right? It's what I do, and it's the focus. That's why I stream every day. That's my main focus.
such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%. But because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary...
Well, the reason why it's so low also is that the majority of the wealth increments that they gain is through capital gains and stock gains. It's not really like they have a big pile of like billions of dollars in their house. Like they don't have a bank account with $1 billion in it. Like it's abstracted through stocks and other types of asset investments.
From Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock. As long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases. That's right. Like how money works, but it's still not taxable. Because
of course not.
The rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, two of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in tax. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly...
It's insane. Crazy high tax rate. Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy it was. And this is what's so nuts to me about this is that like all the people that advocate for this kind of stuff and like the higher taxes, and I think it really puts it into perspective, like the Zoran Mandami, like, oh yeah, we're going to increase it by like 2% or 5% or something like this. This is nothing. It's really nothing.
Sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country.
Because if you have the middle class, then you can have people that are buying your stuff regularly. It's like the idea of having the golden goose and then regularly collecting eggs instead of killing the goose.
I don't know, man. I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed...
In order to have proper capitalism, you need to have regulations and forms of socialism. It's like a yin-yang, right? Like you can't have it all one way or all another way. You can't have all capitalism, you can't have all socialism. Both of these extremes will lead to like a dystopia.
The idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house.
Remember this? Yeah, me either.
Send their kids to college and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do. Because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works. Because
I think that he's right about this. And I think that using this time period and then not contextualizing it around the way that, wealth was regulated is like, it's like saying that you lost weight, but not mentioning that you lost weight by cutting off your arm. It's just, it's totally dishonest.
That version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell?
This will always happen, by the way. It will always happen and it will never be different. Because the greed that people like Elon Musk are accused of having is the same greed that poor people aren't able to act on. The idea that, there's some sort of latent virtue in the working class and poor people that if they were given these opportunities that they wouldn't do the same thing is completely naive. They would go and do the exact same stuff. And some of them would probably be even worse.
Happened. Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the U.S.'s involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up.
I still think that it's crazy that Japan got nuked twice and they managed to rebuild their entire country and then beat us in the auto race like fucking decades later. But meanwhile, you have other countries that have looked like they've been getting nuked every single day since like the year 100. Isn't it crazy?
Recession hits Germany, facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what
Surely that must be the only reason.
Prioritize the working
Surely
class,
that's the only reason.
Our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own.
Yes.
Or we say, fuck the government. We don't owe you shit.
That's
We're
right.
Stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly. The deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything.
That's
and you
right.
Like that, right? They like that.
Sounds good to me.
The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these Rich people are really handcuffed.
Well, there is trickle-down economics, is when they piss on you. And also, there's another form of trickle-down economics where, you know, one guy makes $1 million and then he pays, this is the trickle-down economics in effect, he pays for DoorDash and he gives a $3 tip to the DoorDash delivery driver. That's it.
You know, I bet if we lower the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people is that they're always looking out for the little guy. For some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years.
Well, you can never expect anybody to act in good faith. You can never do that because ultimately, even if the people who create the system acted in good faith, you will always have systems like that that will eventually become perverted by people who don't. So you have to have systems of regulation and accountability, because even if you think that you're going to do it the right way, the fourth guy after you won't. And also, like, another like parallel to this is like the idea that wealth will only last for 3 generations, that it doesn't matter how wealthy a person is, that, you know, 2 or 3 generations later on down the line, that, you know, they're going to lose all of that money. And I think that you can really just apply that thinking to like a lot of regulation in general and just human psychology, how people behave.
So, the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with a decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those
This is the way I felt at the IRS. Whenever I worked with the IRS, like, I was getting paid whenever I was on like a fucking, like, because you have like different multipliers in the government. And so like I was getting paid, like, and this was back in like 2013, I was getting like $20 an hour or like $18 an hour, which was like fucking insane at the time, especially for me, like, because I didn't really have like any other like really great jobs before then. So that was nuts, right? I was balling. And so like for me, I thought to myself, like, I'm going to show up early every day to this job. I'm going to do my work as well as I possibly can be because I'm getting paid all this fucking money. And, you know, I don't want to get fired, right? I don't want to get kicked out or anything like that. I think that's the way a lot of people do, right? It's like if you give people more money, a lot of them will perform better. Now, obviously, this is not a guarantee, but there's clearly a trend here. There is a trend. It's an incentive, yes.
2 things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations.
That's the big one. That's the really big one, is the anti-monopoly regulations. Look at phones right now. If you want to get an app to market on a smartphone with any sort of a phone, you have to either go through Google or Apple. They have a complete duopoly on all types of fucking apps. It is complete bullshit. They behave the same. They have the same rules, and they have the same regulations. They should be completely regulated. Totally regulated, and the fact that they aren't is a disgrace. Meanwhile, they're trying to micromanage Microsoft buying Blizzard.
Let's go to the Grandioso Apartments.
Suck my fucking
Go to the Grandioso Apartments.
Are you kidding me?
But this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long, continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%.
That's right.
While it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be...
Reagan also did that amnesty bullshit. I thought Reagan, like, there's a way I like Reagan, but he fucked up a lot of stuff. I think conservatives look at him with way too much rose-tinted glasses. I think he's things that he has done have set us up for problems like 30 and 40 years down the road.
Mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door for more exploitation.
The actor with a
wasn't a few scumbags willing to go through
fucking
that
monkey,
door
right?
for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch.
Bald.
He's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of.
Pretty good.
In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off.
Well, hey, I mean, at least everybody uses that invention a lot now, right? So you can't say it didn't get popular. It really caught on.
That was his big idea.
It's a visionary,
Fire a bunch of people. And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But
and this is even something it's always hard for me to be certain about this because there's so much like fucking noise. But there are people that say that in Japan, there are guys that are like 45, 50, 55 that aren't really quite at retirement age, but the company doesn't have the heart to fire them And so, like, out of a matter of respect, these guys just show up to work and don't fucking do anything all day until they hit retirement age. And like, yeah, exactly, yeah, real Miltons, exactly, yeah. And yeah, salaryman, no, that's just the term that's used. There is a term for it, but it's not that term. That's just somebody who works that way.
Didn't think like
what a job.
Else.
Yeah.
He was a pioneer. He bravely instituted the rank and yank system where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of the spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement.
Mandatory quotas like that are really destructive. And the reason why they're destructive is because whenever you gamify a job or a profession, people stop doing the job and they start playing the game. This is one of the reasons also there's a second order effect of this that's happening in the federal government. So, for example, everybody who works at the federal government is rated for performance, or at least they used to be, on a 1 to 5 scale. 3 is good, 2 is retarded, 1 is fuck you, 4 is I'll suck your dick, and 5 is you're going to be the president. That's basically the way it works. But you want to get a 3. The 3 is what you want. And so in order to evaluate fraud claims and any sort of inaccuracies or problematic, any sort of like problematic data inside of a form, a document, a submission, usually the way that the systems and the algorithms are set up, it's not actually calculated into your performance. So the performance assumes that you're not going to have any of these, like 1% situations. But everybody knows if you're processing 1,000 documents a day, you're on average going to have 10 of these every single day. But because it's not amortized into the unit value of the amount of things that you're going over every day, what ends up happening is that people are then trained to skip and to do bad work because they're trying to meet the quotas for their job rather than trying to do their job. That's the main problem and the big issue that a lot of these like systematic process analyses or analyzed like systems work. And so and so now you guys see that happen. And so there's the incentive for it. Now can you see why there's so many, like let's say people in Minnesota, many of them are Somalian, but this happens everywhere, that are scamming the government. The reason why they're scamming the government is, well, maybe they're pieces of shit, maybe they're retards, sure. But another reason why it goes through is because the government has a system that encourages the employees to allow scams to go through. And once you see and you take a step back and you look at how all these pieces fit together, you will see that we have engineered the most bad faith version of an economic system that we could possibly have. And I think that really that's the term that I want to use the most, is it's bad faith economics. And that's what happens.
And now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay, then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence and nepotism you had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number, it's a little bit bigger.
That's right.
So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at
and this is also, it's inevitable that this was going to happen because of fiduciary responsibility through each company. This was inevitable.
Forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so to an economy that only cared about shareholder value
and
prioritized anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more...
The best example of this, if you ever think that the stock market isn't vibes, I think that obviously there's more to it than vibes. But the best way that I can show you that the stock market is vibes-based is the stock price changes after Elon Musk and Donald Trump won the presidency. Like Tesla's stock prices went up by like 30% or something like that because, he was very instrumental in Trump winning the presidency, even though it never manifested in any sort of increase in the value of the company. So the company gains 30% value based off of a projection, perception, or some sort of promise or hope. That's it.
More likely to invest in it, which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street...
And guys, who knows a lot about accounting? The amount of bullshittery, especially whenever you're dealing with like so many different industries and enterprises, the way that you have the interplay, holy fuck. Like, it's again, bad faith economics. I'm an accountant, yeah.
That was all
GAAP accounting is hilarious, yes. Genuinely accepted accounting principles. AKA the legal exploits.
I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So
That's
that's
right.
what they did.
All
Over the next
the
few
dollars.
decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing.
Well, this is also, I think this is just bad business development. Like, you can go as far back as to J.D. Rockefeller or to as recent as Elon Musk, where you have people that build vertical integration in different businesses that they own and operate. And that's the way that, for example, that's the reason why Apple is such a massive company, right? Is that they have all of the vertical integration inside of the development of their systems and their products completely in-house. So there are very few times where there's a middleman that's taking a shave off of the top of it, basically, right? Netflix, like the cosplay girl, yeah, kind of in a way. But like basically vertical integration is the way that if you look at the success story behind almost every single like extremely wealthy person, except for people that are capitalizing on new technology, vertical integration is at the forefront of their business model.
Constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock.
Which, by the way, this is the reason why whenever we had OTK, I thought it would be a good idea to do Starforge, because then you could use the people that are streaming in order to promote the fucking computers, right? And then you could also have Mythic that could get more people to promote the computers as well. It's vertical integration. That's I mean, it's pretty fucking simple, right? It's, oh wow, look at the thing. The thing that everybody else did. Let's just do the thing that everybody else does. Oh wow, it worked. Holy shit, I can't believe it.
Price has never been high.
They
stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. The company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore.
Well, Thomas Edison didn't invent his own light bulb, if some of the accusations are true. So maybe it's just more a return to form.
To get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high-interest loans. They become a massive holder.
Working.
Buena, buena. ¿Cómo estáis? ¿Se escucha? ¿Se escucha? Aló, 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 aló. A ver. Hola, 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 hola. ¿Cómo se escucha?
Bien, voy a probar si funciona, así que si quería andar gratis y darle consenso por esto.
¡Gratis!
Vamos, vamos.
Ya, ¿dónde vamos? Oye, invítame tú, te paso el líder. ¿Ya?
Ya, está claro.
Dale, dale. Ya, entonces vamos gratis. Aló.
El nuevo modo de juego, ¿no?
¿Vamos gratis o vamos con cosas?
No, vamos gratis.
Dale, dale. Estoy listo.
Denle gratis a ver si el computador funciona.
Oye, estoy transmitiendo.
Dale. Oye, ¿cuál es la voladita esta de la expedición? ¿Me inscribo o todavía no?
Si querés te inscribí, en 4 días más tu personaje desaparece, después de que te inscribí.
Y tengo que tener los 3 millones, me toman...
¿Ya eso mismo?
¿Cómo?
Cuando se me inscribo, me toman al toque el inventario.
Perdón, no te entiendo.
¿Me bloquean el inventario?
¿Bloquear?
Si me inscribo ahora...
No, no,
¿Sí?
no, para nada. O sea, podéis jugar hasta 4 días más. Después de 4 días, todos los que se inscribieron se resetean. Pero por ahora podéis jugar todo lo que queráis.
Vamos a ver, ojalá me ande bien los juegos.
Sí, ojalá que sí. ¿Y qué te dijeron en la tienda?
Que no tiene nada.
Ya. Oye, vine sin nada, me equivoqué, weón. En vez de poner gratis, vine absolutamente sin nada.
¿Puedo marcar?
Ay, mi tormenta de y estoy perdiendo todo.
Sí.
Se lo pueden sacar si no quieren que se los dañe.
Ah, buena idea.
Además que como brilla te ven de lejos, cagamos. Nos morimos todos aquí, weón.
¡Los pruebo no! Yo creo que no vamos a conectarnos, no me lo voy a bajar ni se va. Voy a entrar. Corre, corre, Maxi, corre, corre. Corre. No me café.
¿Alguien ha llamado a un doctor? Hay gente, hay gente, gente, gente. Ya se escucharon los disparos.
Oye, pero avanza por la vida.
Yo no tengo armas, no tengo nada, no traje nada, me equivoqué.
Está bien, esa parte de la emoción, eres como un civil cualquiera.
Soy un cirujano, weón, mira mi ropa.
Vamos.
¡Hey, don't shoot, I'm a civil! ¡Soy un civil!
Te falta muy fácil, falta uno.
¿Ah? ¿Qué?
¡No, trampa!
Soy un civil.
Hoy nos falta uno.
Cacha que no me molesta nada que haya distraído a esos brazucas, weón, y hayan perdido por eso. Te juro que.
Viene uno.
Son dos, no son no uno. Son dos, hay que tener cuidado,
Murió uno.
No alcancé a lootear todo. Voy a tratar de seguir looteando. Ah, yo lo río.
A ver, pero está reviviendo al otro loco, weón.
Sí.
Grande. Queda solo uno. Está loco.
¿Dónde debiste haberte quedado adentro? Estábamos en desventaja.
Hoy me mataron, weón. Hoy me encanta tener los logros de top 4.
Oye, es que lo que pasa es que como se va a hacer el reseteo...
Están todos gastando armas.
Están todos gastando armas. Hola.
Sí,
chao.
Ya, ¿y cuánto me sobra? Sabes que igual se me hace fácil dispararle a la cabeza en mi computador, weón. Es más fácil. Ya me voy a ponerme una limita, po.
¿Qué? No te entiendo bien.
Voy con una yunque.
¿Una lince?
Una yunque.
Dale.
Y lo que sí es que igual tenemos que regresar porque si no me imagino que me voy a perder toda la ruta.
Yo dejé loco a los weones que cuando entré así hablándole, weón.
Dale, ya estoy listo.
Ah, ya empezamos con la exigencia.
Y voy con 25k, ya vamos a perder 25k.
Ay, igual no lo escucho. ¿Ustedes me escuchan?
Sí. Escucha mal el computador del José Manuel, pero seguramente porque
No lo escucho.
es un amateur que usa el micrófono del notebook.
¿Listo?
Oye, pero yo no lo escucho.
¿Sí me escuchas, hijo?
No te escucho.
Que no estamos acá.
Sí. Pero me refiero al juego, no escucho el máximo.
Aprieta.
Oye, ¿con qué arma vais? ¿Con qué arma vais?
Necesito silenciado.
¿Con qué arma?
Una yunque.
Ya.
Una yunquecita. Voy con una yunque.
Es que sale que estoy hablando y sale que tú estás hablando, pero no.
Ya, pero déjalo así, por favor, porque ya te escucho a través del computador. A ver, habla, no.
Háblalo.
Sí, no, está funcionando perfecto.
No sé. Ayúdame.
A ver, el chat abajo, mi segundo clic.
Pero sí. Ya.
Segundo clic en nosotros.
Pero si ya lo puse y dice silenciar y salen para silenciar.
Yo te escucho perfecto, por favor no cambies nada.
Ya, chao, no te...
Ya, estoy listo. ¿Qué más vamos? ¿El mismo?
Vamos mismo.
Ya.
Ah, bienísimo.
Sí, estaba brígido.
Gracias.
Bueno, pero
Déjame, estoy haciendo lo que puedo, ya.
Vamos.
Estoy haciendo lo que puedo. El banco te cierra como a las 10.
Oye, José Manuel, ¿podéis consultar cuánta plata podéis gastar o ítem vender en Rider, proyecto, expedición?
Oye, pues no te escucho.
Y ahí aparece el detallado.
¿Está porque los audífonos?
Sí, lo caché. ¿Eso? ¿No me escuchas?
Quizás no escucho al máximo, porque no te escucho.
Vamos a matar loquitos.
Bueno, ahora te escucho doble.
No, pero de nuevo.
¿Qué hizo?
Ese es nuevo, cuidado.
Tienen que recordar nada, ¿vio mi hermano? ¿Vio mi hermano? No, ya.
Sale como registrar y no hay nada.
Alguien me disparó, parece, weón.
Pero no te pongas, po.
Bonita de Constanza.
¿Qué?
Le vamos a ver, pues si lo están disparando ahí. ¿Ya?
Fui yo, perdonen.
No, regresó. ¿Qué te dan a tus manos?
¿Qué vamos a hacer?
Estoy mirando acá. Entremos al... Por acá. Hoy no me mata de cerca.
¿Sabéis dónde está la entrada?
¿Por aquí entra?
Escucho disparo.
Yo voy a bajar un poquito más adelante porque...
Donde estoy yo hay gente así.
Estoy acá.
¿Está ahí? Ah, nosotros estamos por abajo así.
Ya no importa, ahí nos juntamos más adelante. Voy llegando. Pero yo.
Exportación, pero no sé si te gustó lo que...
Gente looteando al otro lado de esta puerta.
¿Sí? Ahora lo sigo.
Abro, listo.
Sí. Yo estaba looteando recién.
No te escucho bien.
Yo estaba looteando recién.
Puede ser. Ahí están de nuevo looteando. En esa dirección, mira, aquí es detrás de esta weá. Vamos, entramos disparando a los locos. ¿Veis que acá están? Me mataron al tiro.
¿Está muerto ese Maxi?
¿Ah?
¿El que estoy marcando está muerto?
No, estoy diciéndote para dónde disparar. Me hicieron daño a mí con esa granada. Voy a tratar de salir.
Pero no se suena.
Tráete uno, Defi. La perdimos todo, weón.
No son 3. Pasa que me noto. Yo lo estoy reviviendo al compañero.
No tengo balas, weón. Me quedo... Me quedo recargado y que se lo sea. Venator y Toro 4. Ya se me bajó el loquito, weón. Dale.
Igual cambiaron hartas cosas. Perfecto. Perfecto.
¿Estás listo? ¿Voy gratis?
¿Voy gratis?
¿Van gratis?
Yo no, yo voy verde.
¿Cómo? No te entiendo.
Voy verde.
Ya.
Hasta la muerte.
Ya, voy azul.
Vamos a saquear un poquito.
Lleven Defi. Yo voy a dar uno nomás porque perdí los que tenía en esta. ¿Es de noche? ¿Llevo trampilla?
No. Voy normal.
Voy a llevar trampilla.
Dale.
¿Ya con los sushi? ¿Qué? No, sí, ya pedí. Pero estoy diciendo si son los sushi o pido más comida. Si pido donita. Sí. Sí, ¿no? Antes era más chévere. Pucha, ¿por qué no escucho al Maxi? ¿Pero Maxi me escucha?
Sí.
¿Sí?
Sí, perfecto.
Ay, ¿por qué yo no lo escucho? ¿Qué onda?
Anda a las opciones, sonido, y veo cuál es tu entrada de sonido para el chat.
Esto, po.
Veo tu entrada de sonido del chat.
Acá, ajustes.
Sonido.
Sonido.
Fíjate que hay dos entradas.
Modo de salida.
De entrada. ¿O no? ¿De salida? ¿Ves? ¿De salida?
No sé. ¿Aló?
Hola.
No.
¿Te inscribiste en la expedición?
Yo no.
Ya, ahí te escuché bien.
Tengo entrada del chat de voz. Micrófono. Por defecto del sistema. Aquí está. ¿Aló?
Hola.
¿Aló?
Hola.
Yo te debería escucharme y yo no me escucho.
Pero déjenlo así, weón. Por favor. Porque después empieza a escucharse doble y para mí es mucho.
Mucho sufrimiento.
Sí, como cuando estamos en el living y tengo que escucharme a mí mismo por tu computador.
Solo escucho el juego, pero no escucho el chat de voz.
Mejor así.
Vamos a matar a Guitas.
Hey, Shan Wen here. Listen up. Look for administrative terminals, security stations, anything that might still respond to input. Whatever is safe must be valuable.
Dos. Me paran.
Oye, José Manuel, mira, retrocede un poco. Me mataron. Puta la weá, weón, lo perdí todo. Te iba a tirar el DF, po.
Dale, Constanza. No te.
Oh, se fue a la mierda.
No alcancé a irme por la chucha.
Oye, que solo su compañero.
Anda a abrir la puerta allá. Y quédate muerto en la puerta para que no puedan cerrarla.
Estoy tirando.
Si te morías en la puerta no la pueden cerrar. Así que anda a morirte ahí nomás. Ah, se tiraron los
weones. Sin balas.
¿Mataste a dos?
¿Maté uno?
No, el otro se murió con el bot.
¿Y el otro?
Ya, vamos a ver a ti.
Ya.
Yo me quedé sin balas y estaba el robot.
Sí, que fue muy pillado ahí. No alcanzamos a llegar a la zona.
Yo también estaba arrancando del robot. La chucha robot de miedo.
Pero ¿por qué queréis gratis si ya se va a caer todo como en 3-4 días más? Hay que gastarse la weá.
Pero no puedo gastar hasta los 3 millones.
No entiendo. No te escucho
Pero
bien.
tengo que tener 3 millones. Es que, ¿sabes qué? A mí... Ya, la tala por el micrófono si se escucha mal.
¿Cómo?
No, chao.
¿Qué se escucha mal?
van a hablar por el micrófono si no se escucha.
Sí se escucha, pero te escucháis así como que le falta...
¿Por el micrófono del audífono?
Ecualizar la weá.
El Max no me entiende.
Pero no, ¿es por el audífono o por ti?
Pero estáis usando unos audífonos con cable y micrófono. ¿Ah?
Igual quizá no te entiende porque suena...
¿Pero estáis usando audífono o estáis usando el computador así pelado?
Porque suena doble.
¿Aló? Ah, ya.
Me va una pelota.
¿Y para qué vaya a lootear si ya se acabó la wea? Veo atrás tuyo.
Ya, venga.
Voy al lado tuyo.
¿Pero dónde fueron?
Tiene camino.
De robot, culeado.
Vamos.
¿Cómo subiste? Ya, perfecto. ¡Atrás tuyo, atrás tuyo!
Sí, no puedo hacer nada. No, tengo que ¿trabajaste?
No. No caché lo que estaba pasando.
Me bajé a uno y nada. Luego me bajé a uno gratis, como el... Contento Constanza.
¿Y qué no sé?
Sube. Los Constanza. Cuidado, tu izquierda, detrás tuyo.
¿Y dónde está?
Hola.
Yo quedé a la chucha, no sé en qué momento ustedes llegaron tan lejos.
Yo no caché cuando subiste.
Hola.
Hola, voy gratis. ¿Vais gratis tú?
Vale,
¿Qué vamos a hacer?
sí.
Dale.
Maté a uno, pero después bueno, la vendí. Porque me maté a uno sin que me pegara nada. Y el segundo me mató y yo no le pegué nada.
Es que lo que pasa es que yo, mira, cuando tú subiste por esos como cuadrados, curiados, no sé cómo llamarlos, los cubos, yo seguí de largo y cuando me devolví porque caché que ahí subió por ahí, vi que te guían por la espalda y poco puede ser.
Ahora me iba por la espalda un huevón, pero el que me mató estaba a la derecha.
Estaban metidos en esa oscuridad culiada que hay ahí, weón.
La expedición.
¿Qué? La expedición. Oye, lo único que importa es que cuando veáis el proyecto de la expedición te salga que tenéis 3 millones en total.
Pero eso es cuando se acabe, po.
Sí, como en
ahora ya me salen los 3 millones.
Como en 4 días más.
Y si me gasto la plata, la cago.
Depende, vos. Si te gastáis la plata y al momento en que se acaba la expedición tenéis 2.999.000, valiste pico, po.
No.
Se perdió todo el esfuerzo.
Me queda claro. Bueno, sí, porque ahora tengo cara de mujer, weón.
No sé qué cara te dejé, weón.
¿Tiene remedio o...?
Sí, no remedio.
Ya, no. Estoy matando a uno, estoy matando a dos.
Yo estoy quedando atrasísimo. No sé qué estoy haciendo.
Es que tenemos que decidir si vamos a lootear o no, po.
No vamos a lootear.
Yo no voy a lootear nada yo porque no necesito lootear.
Vamos. Aquí a la derecha. Subo.
Estamos atrás, no pelees todavía, bueno. Me hicieron pico, me rompieron el escudo.
Dame la vuelta.
Ya. Dan a tu costado derecho, Constanza. Buena. Ya, otro más, queda otro más.
Acá en el ducto, lo puedes matar fácil. En el ducto.
Y otro.
En el ducto, otra boca. En el ducto te estoy esperando.
Le voy a tratar de llegar, lo veo difícil, weón. Voy. Está en el ducto. Pensé que tú estás en el ducto, weón. Te juro que pensé que tú estabas en el ducto y me tiré, weón.
Sí, lo vi delante y ahora...
Sí, como que lo esperaste, pues.
Sí. Lo vi, sí, pero... Igual está el otro al frente.
Oye, José, ¿cuándo voy a venir para acá?
Mañana.
¿Puedes traer el computador para la Dominique?
Dale. ¿El de?
Cualquiera que le sirva.
Y también un computador.
Pero...
Vamos a ver un rato. Tengo todas las cosas.
Tengo que sacarle las cosas de las otras. Pero ahí sí lo que sí, no sé... ¿Qué hago? Digo que lo dejé en la oficina. Mando una foto y lo llevan. Yo no lo voy a pagar. Puedo entrar del chat de voz.
Si ya está en el chat de voz. De hecho, te escucháis mejor que...
Claro, yo pensé que iba a llegar por el ducto sin que me vieran. Y me campearon el ducto.
¿Pero tú estás en el ducto o estáis diciendo que había un weón en el ducto? Pues
yo estaba en el ducto y había un weón en el ducto.
Ya, perfecto. Ya, verdámoslo todo de nuevo.
Vamos nuevamente.
De nuevo me toca ferro, ¿vale? No looteemos ni una weá si tenemos toda la plata para hacer la expedición.
Vale.
Medio lag, weón. Justo en el momento que iba a disparar, weón.
Matar weones. ¿Esto acá? Ya. Dentro del arma. Cuidado con el robot.
Gente acá.
Vale.
En el segundo piso del frente. Vienen. Me pegué, le rompí el escudo.
Vale.
Acá están, marqué.
Sí. Están acá, están enfrente.
Sí, yo disparé para allá, voy avanzando para ayudarte. Acá, se acaban de poner el escudo al weón que lo rompí. Hay más gente acá.
Ya, se va a morir, queda solo uno.
Dale. Está disparando de afuera, sí, de lo veo. ¡Puta! ¡No tenía el arma cargada!
Corro, sálvate nomás. Ahorita me faltó uno, weón. Te va. Te va. Me está faltando uno casi siempre, ¿eh? Dale, por acá. Escucho gente. Sigamos.
Vale.
Dale, Constanza. Pero
Vente acá.
¿Sí?
Sí, se escucha.
¿Quién está acá? Pues sí que me pone ahí.
Rente. Recargo. Voy a tratar de dar la vuelta.
¿Dónde fue?
Hay otro equipo acá. Vamos a volver.
Ahí.
Dale. Murió uno.
Ahí me están disparando. Está por acá. Está aquí. Está atrás mío.
Dale. Vente para acá.
Cuidado, bomba.
Vente.
Hay dos ahí.
Tiraron humo
Hay
para
dos.
irse.
No, me van a matar.
Vamos a seguir.
Están los dos por atrás. ¿Dónde estaba yo? ¿Dónde morí?
¿Me queda escudo? ¿Te pongo escudo?
No, tranquilo. Está acá al lado.
Oye, ¿esa cosa roja?
Era trampa. Y saltaba a hacer. 26, 15, 79, 49.
Tengo que estar aquí.
Yo, tío, un weón.
Yo también, pero lo revieron. Espérame morir.
Estoy listo.
Vale, buena. Hola, mi compadre, vamos a morir.
Dale.
Estamos arriba.
Cerca.
No, conmigo. Voy a atacar que explota. Una mierda, weón.
Vamos por la tiraleza.
¿Y si lo metemos acá?
¿Quieres subir? Vamos. Vamos por el otro lado. Ah, gente acá, gente acá. Gente acá.
Ahí lo encerré. Lo encerré.
Estoy al lado tuyo.
Porque si quieren subir.
Vienen, vienen. Ya la weá, qué paja, weón. Voy a empezar. ¿Subimos?
¡Ahí hay otro! No.
Pasó por la grandeza. Vamos, sí. Bueno. Que tengo que igual, ¿no? Juan.
No me pegó igual.
No, Juan. No te voy.
Ahí, voy.
Estoy rompiendo.
Hay uno allá.
Dale.
Entro nomás.
Ahí estaba.
Sí.
Por allá anda.
Dale.
Dale.
Es que no como. No. Es que al otro lado.
Ahí se ven escudos. Hay gente botando, ¿no?
Vamos, si está ahí, no buena ahí. Oh, no puedo darle. Hay gente abajo.
Se están muriendo acá.
Hay un tipo ahí.
Leí. Vamos.
Murió.
Aí, só mataram ele porque vocês fizeram.
Cállate, negro.
Seus ratos do caralho.
Ahí escucho el Maxi.
Não pra você, pega.
Yo, con todo eso. Gente atrás.
Dale.
¿Dónde?
¿Dónde que allá?
Sí.
¿Sí?
O sea, no sé si vienen. Sí, vienen. Están acá.
Ah, sí, está. Ahí en la escala.
¿Estamos listos para pelear?
Yo no tengo nada de vida, pero...
Te curo.
Tengo muchos escudos.
Dale, vamos a arreglarnos. Tengo vendas yo.
Dale.
¿Te tiro vendas?
Tíralo.
Dale, ¿dónde estáis? Acá están. Voy al frente, están asomados. Están gratis.
Vámonos.
Puta la weá, el weón cerró la puerta, perdí la granada. Ya, voy a ir a abrir de nuevo.
Dale, estoy.
Aquí me yo mismo, weón. La cagué.
Ahí llego.
¡Wow! Casi me muero. ¿Vienen?
Va a dar la vuelta yo.
Le pegaste.
Ya. Manténgase vivo, manténgase vivo.
Sí. Avisa para puchar.
Bueno. No se muere. Ya.
Ya, pues listo.
Ahora sí.
Ahí en la puerta.
Estamos puchando.
Le di al weón. Me lo hace Maxi. Me está mirando igual.
Me quedan 5 balas.
Oh, me quedan 18 balas.
Avanzo.
El otro de esta ya, no sé.
Vale.
Bueno, lo hicimos de oro. Lo hicimos espectacular. GG.
Yo creo que aquí hay alguien, ¿no? A ver.
Mucho tiempo igual. ¿Cómo está llenando?
Yo estoy sin bala.
Estoy sin balas, sin escudo.
Maxi, ponte escudo.
No tengo. Tengo unas piezas ordinarias de ARC que me pueden servir.
No sé si tiene para escudo. ¿Tienes escudo, Maxi?
Sí, estoy. Toco.
¿Tiene bala?
No, pero le quité la ferro a un weón. Tampoco tengo munición. Escuché gente,
Yo necesito vendas.
Yo tengo harta, mira.
¿Vendas?
Sí.
Vendas.
Lo probé todo.
Están acá
¿Ahí te dejé
abajo.
más?
Están acá abajo.
¿La recogiste? ¿Te dejé ir?
No, de ahí.
¿No te dejé más?
Ya, la recogí. ¿Tú necesitas, José Manuel?
No, estoy bien.
Dale.
Viene subiendo alguien. Segundo piso. Hecho concha.
Estoy mirando, no los veo.
Necesito.
Le pegué.
¿Está bueno?
Sí, le pegué. Está detrás del pilar de Maca. Ese. Tal culiao pesado. No maté.
Viene otro. Abajo, viene. Subiendo.
Hay dos ahí, cuidado.
No tengo bala. Marcado.
No tengo balas.
Bajo.
No tengo balas.
¿Qué pasa?
Va a reír.
¿Puedes subir?
Muéveme.
¿Puedes subir?
Mira.
¿Y tú puedes subir? ¿Dónde está ahí?
Baja.
No, ahí está el tipo.
Pero la mía sí.
¡Véngate!
¿Tienes para tirarle otra cosa?
¿El escudo?
Sí. Mira. Está a punto de morir.
Porque no tengo bala.
Rey al Maxi. Te van a sacar. Ya, Rey al Maxi. Reylo. No viene nadie. Y el Juan se fue porque lo dejaba a punto de morir, Juan. ¿Lo llama a mí? Maxi, ¿lo ves tú? Vale, gracias. ¿Pero está Juan?
Yo no tengo balas. Nada de balas. Tengo una, sí.
Vale.
Si quieren, yo me voy a morir.
No, quédate atrás.
Ya. Max, ¿avanzas tú?
Ya, yo he avanzado.
Voy con los sniper de otro.
Dale.
Oye, pónganse vendas.
Dale. Sí, cuidado.
No hay nadie.
Ya, lutea.
Estoy cubriendo. Se fueron.
No se murieron.
Los mataron a esos robots de mierda.
Una gatita.
Estoy lagueado, weón.
Vamos, quedan 3 minutos, bajamos.
Dale. Si nos vamos, bacán.
Dale. Ganar los puntos.
¿Está tu granada todavía, weón?
No la guió.
Parece que está cerrada la weá. Sí, yo también estoy igual.
No, cagó mi computador.
¿Te pasó la weá?
No, murió. No, murió. Sí.
¿Dónde quedaste? Arriba.
Pero por el video. Contra los FPS. Ya, yo morí.
Quizás si se calienta nomás.
Sí. ¿Qué no pasó? Ahí está.
Ven. Llamando.
Dale. Espérate, muy lejos.
Cancelé. Me está disparando a alguien, parece, weón. Ah, un robot estúpido. ¿Voy a alcanzar a llegar?
Sí.
¡Dale, José! ¿La llamo?
No sé,
ahora sí. Está el patinador, mira el patinador. Cacha la voltereta que escribió. Oye, reinicia el computador y nos jugamos otra.
No, sí, vamos a ver.
Reinicia nomás. No te escucho bien. Voy al baño.
¿Mañana no va a llover? ¿Me está respondiendo a mí que no van?
¿Ah?
¿A mí me está respondiendo o le va a responder a Maxio?
No, tengo video.
Le tomo ya, por favor.
No probó la tarjeta de video, no probó el procesador.
¿Sí?
Sí. Ya, la
4 minutos.
No.
Ya, ¿qué pasó?
Ay, yo no escucho al Maxi, así que no sé.
Oh.
Chao, Maxi.
Chao. Oye, ¿no te quieres reiniciar? Bueno, vamos a un rato. ¿Qué te crees? ¿Lo grabaste? ¿La grabaste? Ahí. ¿Ya? Nada más.
Oye, yo me criticó. Te nota caleta el i5 comparado con el i7, así que si te compráis uno nuevo, comprate un i7. Por ejemplo, a mí, mi computador, que mi computador igual se ve cortado igual, como, como 30, hay una, yo creo que efectivamente estar en los más poderoso. No, el mío, pero puta, tenés que pensar en enseñarlo por YouTube, ¿cachai? Entonces dejar con límite. Del computador. Ya. No. Me dan solo los pechitos que le hacen a la guagua.
Me encantan.
¿Por qué?
Se parecen a mujeres.
Oh.
Buenas.
Hola, no caché que me estáis invitando, weón. Me puse a ver el Festival de Viña. Estoy haciendo tanto
Creo que ya es hora
que...
de irme. ¿Ah?
¿A dónde te vas a ir? ¿Ah? ¿Qué te pasó, weón?
Estoy en Estela Muerte lleno de robots.
Ah, estáis jugando, ya. Oh.
Me mató. Qué fome, weón. Gringos culiados.
¿Qué te pasó, weón?
Weón, me dijo niggers 3 veces como si me fuese a
Nigger,
ofender, po.
nigger. Bueno, nosotros somos más blancos que el 15% de su población, que se van a la mierda.
Lord of Goop me está invitando.
Dale, juguemos con él, po.
Espera.
Oye, espera. Dale, ¿vamos a jugar o no? Hay que gastarse todo, weón. Mi hermano mandó el computador a arreglar, igual la anduvo mal, weón. Ah. ¿Ya me escucháis?
Vio el cargador del compu, weón.
Hola.
Hola.
Buena.
Así que, puta de la perra, weón. Más encima se me echó a perder el celu y cagó la pantalla, weón. Entonces estaba sin celu y sin compu una semana en Viña, weón. Pero igual la pasé bien, weón.
De eso se trata.
En el campito ahí.
Qué bueno. Oye, ¿qué vamos a hacer?
Sé que ahora hay 2 ARC más. Viste que no sé si a ustedes les conté que tenía la tinca como de un esperiño volador y pasó esa weá, pues, weón. La weá buena, weón.
Es difícil, sí.
Lo que sí, yo pensé que el popper nuevo que hay, que es como uno más grande, pensé que era como volador, weón. Pensé que como que iba por el aire y en el aire te detectaba y se lanzaba a tierra a flotar, weón. Como un popper volador, pero nada que ver de tierra, la weón.
Ay, concha de tu madre.
¿Por qué soy el líder yo, weón, si tú me invitaste?
Sí, no sé por qué pasó eso, weón. Yo te rechacé. Muy raro, weón.
Yo te rechacé.
Sí, pues para invitarte.
Sí, pues, pero, o sea, pico, mira, hay tormenta eléctrica en Puerto Espacial, huracán en Campos de la Presa y Estela Motti.
Lo que quieran ustedes. Nosotros hemos ido Ciudad Enterrada así como que lo hemos maxeado con el serrucho. Le hemos dado así hasta el final. Hasta los últimos días.
Ya, puta, igual apaño una Ciudad Enterrada, no tengo jalieto, pero voy con una Renegado, pues, igual da corte.
Vamos a pipiar entonces, ya. ¿Tú qué opináis, serrucho? Esto no se escucha nada. Está muy tirado que
Yo quería hacer la nueva weá que hay, que esa weá nueva que hay en la presa, weón.
¿Cuál weá nueva?
¿Cachaste que ahora hay una zona nueva de loot alto?
Ah, no cachás esa weá. ¿En la presa?
Sí, weón. Hay como una parte que se desbloqueó, que ahora como que es otra parte que da loot alto. Y parece que está dando como el mejor loot del juego, pero un puzzle terrible brígido, sí.
Ya.
Por si acaso. O sea, igual me tinca hacer.
¿Pero qué te da al final?
Weón, a cada uno les da como 3 armas moradas, puro blueprint, muchas weas azules de uso rápido, Weón, el mejor loot del juego, así como todas las weas más bacanas que te puede dar el juego.
Mira, bueno. Sí, así estaría bueno.
Sí, pues, el problema es ese que puta, probablemente están todos yendo a la web.
Seguro.
Los matamos a todos nomás, pues, weón.
Y el puzzle, igual es jodido el puzzle, weón, porque tenéis que como que apretar cuatro botones a la vez, ¿cachai? Y hay dos botones, hay dos botones que están cerca de cada uno, que es como para que un tercero del equipo, como que los presione cerca a los dos.
Se va a estar diciendo ir a perder tu equipo.
Yo creo que sí, weón. Sí, yo creo que sí.
Pero juguémonos tranqui y si quieres después hacemos ese, weón. ¿No?
Sí, pues. Mira, en Ciudad Enterrada hay Ciudad de Pájaro.
Ya, pues, déjame llevar una tirolesa.
Ya.
Su tirolesa.
Ya, yo voy a llevar granaditas de gatillo, minas de choque.
Sí, mina, si puedes llevarte minas, weón. Yo, de choque, me puedo comprar, yo creo, no sé. Voy a cachar.
Yo si querés te paso minas, pues, weón. Tengo como 30.
No, pero para que ahí te decimos dónde las tienes que poner. Las tienes que poner tú, no.
Ya, mira, yo igual voy a traer
creo que la hicimos
4 minas.
Igual, pues, a mí, ¿o no?
Sí, pero salió.
Sí.
Vamos con Alieto.
Sí, Alieto.
Yo voy con Renegado, que es casi lo mismo, weón.
Sí, sí.
Si estuvimos una vez juntos, pues.
Sí, sí, sí.
Oye, ¿cachaste que nerfearon alguna arma y buquearon otra? Yo no la he probado así, weón.
¿Cuáles nerfearon?
La costurero y la caldero, y le nerfearon caleta de weá, el daño,
sí,
la frecuencia.
La costurero, porque es de mis favoritas.
Puta, parece que ahora la crótalo al 4 con buenos modificadores es como meta, weón.
La crótalo la nerfearon caleta igual, en su momento.
¿La crótalo?
Es buena, sí, pues.
No, dijo que la nerfearon, weón.
Sí, le nerfearon la cantidad, como el tiempo que hay entre bala y bala, ¿cachai?
No podéis nerfear una arma tan mala como la crótalo, weón.
Porque, ¿cachai?
La pulenta la nerfearon, yo ni había cachado.
Sí, lo bueno lo que hacían macros con los programas de sus mouse, entonces hacían que con un clic disparara muchas veces.
Pero la crótalo.
La crótalo es la que dispara clavos.
No, la caldero es la que dispara clavos, po.
Sí.
Siempre la confundo con esa, yo creo. Bueno,
no, la que nerfearon no fue la crótalo, fue la caldero. La que tira agujita, esa del macro que tú te referís.
La PSP.
Ya estoy ready.
Llenaste una botella, weón. Ya.
Estoy perdido, ahí sí. Aquí tiene.
Yo no juego hace como una semana, weón. Por si me ven flaqueando o algo.
No, si aquí vamos tranqui. Esta weá es terrible, relajada.
Sí.
Va.
Vamos a los edificios de vacaciones, vamos al resort.
Ya, me parece.
A los resort, el grandioso.
No, es que ya me acordé, weón. Ya la última vez nos pasó que habían unos weones en el apartamento grandioso y más encima en el edificio de enfrente, weón. Estaban dos equipos, weón. Ya me acordé, weón. Sí. Y el Peña fue el último en sobrevivir y había una pierna bugueada en un edificio, weón. En una
Está grabada.
Sí, sí me acuerdo.
Sí, no, si dimos cara igual, tuvimos mala cueva, ¿no?
Llevo llave.
Bueno.
Yo llevo llave en trampilla, por si acaso.
Bacán. Porque me queda una y no tengo para hacer más.
Nerfearon la Venator igual. Está buena, sí.
La Venator es hermosa.
Pero sigue siendo buena, según yo.
Sigue siendo buena, creo, weón. Esa está buena.
Llevo uno humo para escapar.
Y la que parece que ahora la lleva, que es pulenta, es la Felio, weón. Que es la que estaba en el proyecto a cada rato en Estelamonte. Parece que la agujeron caleta, weón, y ahora la weá es como el toro, pero de media distancia alejada. ¿Tú te acordáis, Serrucho, cuando fuimos pre-loot y te pillaste la Felio de un weón?
Sí, Sí, sí.
Esa weá fue cuática, weón.
Sí, porque lo más cuático fue que te quejaste, caleta, que habías tenido un mal día.
Sí.
Y weón, donde nos veníamos riendo un meme que tú decías ahí, pobres bastardos los que se encuentren con nosotros. Y íbamos con la Caldero y la Costurero y nos encontramos con los buenos
Y
con
los
las mejores
matamos,
armas y las matamos, pues.
andábamos con el ki fuerte, weón. Andábamos con el ki fuerte. Bueno, que yo pensé que la expedición iba a ser al toque, pero como que en 4 días con 7 horas. Entonces, como que igual te
Sí,
da tiempo. Si un weón andaba con la pera así, oh, no reuní la plata. Y es como, ah, mira, tengo que reunirla.
así es.
Yo igual me había asegurado y tengo 3 palos, pero 3 palos justos, weón. Entonces, cualquier weá que pierda ahora va a ser negativo.
Ahí te pasamos, weá. Si te
Nosotros nos
falta.
pasamos, pues, weón.
Sí.
Sí, normal pasarse, pues si en verdad 3 palos no es
Nosotros-
nada, weón. Para un weón que juega viciado, el weón se puede hacer fácil, yo creo que 10 palos, weón. Incluso ni siquiera siendo tan bueno, weón.
Sí, este juego te entrega, ¿no?
Bueno, y cacha con el historial que venía. 6 regresados a salvo seguidos, con puros 50.000 de para arriba. Puerto espacial, Estelamonte, 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 Estelamonte.
Y Sammy,
¿Qué
tú no
falta?
estuviste entonces. Tú no estuviste entonces cuando como que se volvió luego el algoritmo y de los friendly empezaron a salir una. Empezaron a tener puras raid peludas que te disparaban.
Sí, weón, que nosotros jugamos con los gringos y los gringos se quejaban, decían, weón, llevo años jugando friendly y hoy día solo en la mañana me han matado 100 veces. Que anduvo quedando a la cagada, weón.
Sí, como que mezclaron el algoritmo y la cuestión, no sé, weón.
Y el día
Además que yo creo que mi teoría es que con la actualización resetearon toda la conducta, pues de hueones buenos y todo en cero.
Oye, ¿qué hacemos?
19 minutos.
Pero cabrón, igual tienes que
¿Reiniciamos?
cachar que como quedan 4 días para la expedición, la gente no está ni ahí, y dispara, hace lo que sea, mata, anda agresiva.
Reiniciamos, ¿no?
Sí, reiniciamos.
Hoy sí, reiniciamos. Tengo otra pilla.
No, no.
Oh, calmado, cabro. Oh, primera vez. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, el juego está hecho mierda.
Tengo una snitch arriba mío.
Oye, me pegó
¿Qué te
el
pasa,
juego,
Sammy? ¿En serio?
Sí, primera vez que se me pega, weón.
Sí, bueno,
Primera vez que se me pega en el juego después de mucho tiempo.
Ayer igual se me cayó a mí y al serrucho también.
Está hecho mierda el juego.
Oh, mal.
Se rompió después de esta actualización, güey.
A ver, ¿me protegen mientras reinicio?
Sí.
Oh, qué mala, weón.
Vamos para allá, Caldi.
Además, encima quedé terrible descubierto, weón.
Tirémosle una granada y lo looteamos.
Mira, lo está corriendo.
¿Estoy corriendo?
Sí.
Sí, o sea, pero no estáis avanzando, ¿cachai? Estáis como pegado en un punto. Y moviendo estáis quieto, pero estáis moviendo tus piernas como si estuviese corriendo, po.
¿Se puede hacer eso?
Se cayó.
Está patinando.
Salta. A ver si pasa.
Bueno, a mi hermano le pasa lo mismo, pero todo el rato. Y llevó el computador a la garantía, le dijeron está todo bien y le sigue pasando y ya nos compramos más hoy.
No. ¿Fuiste vos?
Sí, fui yo. Ahí parece que volvió. El loro de
No sé, weón.
No creo que pueda reconectar, weón. A nosotros no.
Yo tampoco creo.
Mata al snitch. Mata al snitch y tíraselo a alguien. Tírale la
No, pero ahora no, que tenemos que salir, baby.
¿Cómo eso?
Vámonos nomás, yo creo, ¿no?
¿Quedarse ahí?
Si total se aparece,
le
va a
puedo-
aparecer y va a caminar
Sí,
por
sí, sí. Pongámosle una mina. Para gastarla.
Oye, no me traje minas, weón.
No la gastemos.
Nos vamos ya. Hay unas luciérnagas por ahí, weón. Para que tengamos cuidado. Ahí está, mira.
Firefly, by the south tower.
¡Oh! ¿Cómo llegaste tan rápido?
Ajá. Noto que te metiste ahí para cortarme el tiro.
No, si quieres ver la otra, porque está muy...
Ya.
¿Volviste?
¿En el grupo se me escucha?
Sí, ¿entraste? Este buen reconectó, mira.
Ah, weón, no, está hecho pico el juego, qué weá, no puedo jugar,
Pero espérate, ¿entraste a la partida?
Hermano, entro en la partida, pasan 2 segundos y se buguea de nuevo, ¿qué pasa,
Ya,
weón?
sí, nos pasó lo mismo a nosotros, weón. El juego está roto, se rompió en ese sentido. A mí se me cayó una pura vez y nunca más, weón.
Ya. ¿Y qué se puede hacer? No puedo hacer nada, no puedo jugar,
no. Yo puse que irme nomás.
Abandonar partida. Yo abandoné partida.
Juego culiado roto, weón. Perdí mi loot, perdí mis cosas.
Sí, a todos nos pasó. Ahí está.
Ya, abandonar ronda nomás.
¿Es él? ¿El Sammy? ¿Por qué estás sin vida? ¿Estás sin vida tú?
Es porque escapé.
¿Eso es normal?
Sí.
Te voy a echar una encuesta. ¿Esto siempre te sale? ¿Siempre te sale?
A veces, de vez en cuando.
¿Y qué efecto tiene eso?
No,
se pones muy mal y te dan...
Es como decir... Ya se cayó esto. Es como decir, ¿cómo lo pasaste en esta última partida? Pues tú pones ahí mal o bien, ¿cachai? Yo primera vez que le pongo una carita así, pero es porque se cayó el servidor.
¿Cómo eso?
El que estaba jugando con nosotros se cayó el servidor.
¿Cómo eso?
Se le rompió el juego y se le cerró y tuvo que reiniciar y no pudo volver a entrar más.
¿Por eso estaba así, corriendo así?
Sí,
¿Estaba bugueado? ¿Por eso? Que te da gratis. Yo vendería todas esas cosas que he hecho terrible.
Oye, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Esperemos, déjame hablarle. Lo voy a invitar. Te invito, weón.
Vengo en un minuto.
Dale.
Ya. Ya volví.
Pero esto es que se demora, weón.
Llegó.
Vamos.
Bienvenido.
Vamos.
Aló.
Aló,
Oye,
laguito.
¿me escuchas muy lag?
Sí.
No, bien. Ahí
Concha tu madre, weón.
Ahí ven.
Ya calmado, voy a hacer el último retoque. Me salgo y ya si sigue viendo tendré que jugar otro día, weón. Pero este ya es el último retoque que le hago.
No, si es un problema del juego, no es tuyo.
Ya.
Chatón,
ya. Igualmente.
Los servidores están como el pico.
Sí.
Igualmente, dame un minuto que tengo los colores hechos mierda, weón. Como que le quité el DirectX y se fue a la mierda el color del juego. Tengo todo iluminado como a blanco. Dame un minuto.
Oye, ¿qué onda acá? El está ahí de médico.
Sí. Soy el cirujano culiado.
No lo voy a repetir.
Vengo a cortar prepucio.
¿Qué otro pelo hay, man? Me aburrió este pelo, man. Ay, no está sin cara. Pelo. Este es el pelo.
Papá, espérate, ponte el pelo de antes. Ese de ahí, mira, ese blanco, se le puede poner rojo.
Verdad. Ahí sí que soy un peruano. Así puedo ir, pero negro, como peruano. ¿No? Caldi. Pero mira, deja sacarme el mono.
Soy como un poco calvo igual.
Ahí sí.
Sin protección en la cabeza.
Sin protección en la cabeza.
Yo creo que lo mejor es ponerse como ropa como verde.
No me gusta.
Esto es ciudad enterrada. ¿No te gusta el pelo?
Sorry, puto huevo, tenemos.
Dale.
A ver la máscara, se puede poner máscaras.
Espera.
Puta, si pasa de nuevo, nada que hacer, pues, weón. Injugable nomás y chao.
Sí, bueno, sí, cuánto.
Tienes que pedir al reembolso.
Vamos, les dígale con trenzas.
Yo una vez no me gusta este pelo.
Dale con trenzas.
Es como Cabaldi.
A ver cómo se ve con máscara. Sin pelo, pero sin pelo.
No.
Gracioso.
Desbloqueaste a George Floyd.
George Floyd, pero oriental. O peruano.
Yo soy el George Floyd.
Oye, nos unimos al tiro, weón.
Yo también no me uno.
¿Qué mapa? ¿Qué mapa?
Ciudad enterrada, creo.
Ya, puta, estaba leyendo que parece que en Ciudad Enterrada es donde más probables pasan los bugs, weón, que es donde está más injugable, weón.
Weón, filo, da lo mismo.
Quizás por eso cuando hemos jugado no anda nadie, pues somos nosotros.
Claro, sí, weón.
Volvemos de nuevo y si pasa de nuevo cambiamos de mapa, pues, weón. Parece que... Ay, por favor, que funcione. Yo lo tengo todo al mínimo, así que si la weá crashea no tengo nada que hacer. Me entrego. Tengo a manos de Deus.
¿Dónde vamos? ¿Nos vamos por acá o por al medio? Como ayer.
Ay, se demora caleta en cargar, weón, la cagó. Qué weá el juego culiao. Se ha hecho mierda, weón. Se ha hecho mierda, hermano, se demora caleta en cargar. Lo mismo se me pegó, weón. Lo mismo se me pegó de
¿No le
nuevo.
hizo daño?
Oye, déjate disparar, por favor.
Vale. Estaba practicando.
Partimos al inicio de la partida, literal. Así que súper bien.
Hoy día en este mapa iba lleno, wea, lleno, así como 50.000 o más más el equipo y...
Hay gente, Yo no le dispararía.
No me aguanté.
Pero bueno.
Bajémonos, ni nos vieron.
Sí, no, está viendo. Ahí le pegué.
Se me va a subir.
Le pegué y ahí lo vi. Se tiene que curar el hombre. Ahí está, parece. Ahí está, mira.
No alcanzo a ver, weón.
No, pero que como que aparece y se aparece. Se calla.
Ahí quedó.
¿Qué hacemos? Nos vamos.
No
sé. Se cayó de nuevo.
Perdió su equipo otra vez. No se puede ni reconectar.
Sí. A ver, yo vaqueo un poquito.
Dale, dejémoslo como que anda.
Vamos, aquí trajiste trampilla. Bueno, es que este va a empezar que cambiemos de mapa, así que cambiemos de mapa.
No traje nada, weón.
Oh, que se demora mucho este hombre, weón. Jugarla, weón. Vaqueemos por acá, no. Aprovechemos que estamos al principio de la partida. ¿Vení o no vení?
Sí, weón, estoy.
Pero esperémoslo acá en la esquina. Ven, no te muestres. Se conectó el SAM, me parece. Aló. ¿Vamos?
No sé.
Estoy preparado, ¿no?
Switch, mátalo.
No, déjalo ahí, que ande solo.
No, pero pobrecito, va a estar solito, se va a sentir triste.
¿Qué hacemos, pues, weón? ¿Nos vamos o no nos vamos?
Lo que te diga ahí.
Vámonos, weón.
Dale.
Yo aprovecho de acostar a Pepe, que está en San a llegar, yo creo.
Dale.
Papá.
¿Qué? Te tengo que ir a acostar, pues, Pepe.
Pero la partida se supone que va a ser como de media hora. O de poco.
Puta, weón, pesado.
¿Yo?
No, tú no. Hay unos bichos ahí.
Tan rápido, mira, hay una trampilla de arco. O sea, una trampilla de... ¿Qué se llama? Quédate bien el símbolo.
Me la pegué.
¿A mí?
Sí.
Sorry. Estaba probando algo. Llama. Hasta ahí.
Me la pegué, no. Llama nomás. Está entrenando.
Campo de tiro.
Sí, vos, para que cuando sea real pegar el balazo. Si esta weá de juegos son pura práctica.
Sí, así es. Y de zinc.
El video bacán las balas.
¿Qué es de zinc?
Jugadores, amigos, pulen. Mira, no viajaron nada. Nada.
Bueno, baby, pero es que eso es lo que tengo. El desync es cuando estáis. Cuando
yo creo que igual corrimos 3 cuadras, weón.
Sí, igual fue el Walking Simulator. Es cuando estáis. ¿Cómo se llama esto? Estáis peleando con alguien y te escondís, ¿cachai? Y literalmente cruzaste la muralla, su campo de visión de él, y te llega igual el disparo.
Ya,
¿cachai?
esa weá, pero esa es la latencia.
Sí, pero es que hay distintos tipos de latencia.
Oye, ¿nos jugamos uno?
No, si no me gustara Pepe, bueno.
Ah, ya, te espero.
Ya, chao.
Dale. No.
Bueno, volví.
¡Aló!
Aló, weón, por fin.
Puta, ya acostaste el Pepi, pues bueno, así que da lo mismo que me ponga el mono con las trenzas rubia.
Puta. Voy a ordenar este jeje.
¿Qué?
Que este weón no puede abrir el juego, como que caga. El Sammy.
Bueno, mi hermano está igual. Y le dijeron que el computador no tenía ningún problema técnico. Ya el juego culeado, weón. ¿Trajiste tu aliento?
Traje, sí.
Oh, vaya, vale, pico.
¿Trajiste mina? Yo no traje mina, eso sí.
Sí, traje 3. Pero de la eléctrica.
Sí, vámonos.
Me cargan los robots culeados, weón. Su mera existencia me pone de mal humor, weón.
Voy a cruzar para el frente, weón.
Dale, tú me decís dónde poner la mina, en qué edificio.
Ponte una que esperar.
Dale.
Ah, bueno.
¿Pues te looteando?
Sí.
Ya yo le voy a pegar unos balazos a los weones que veo afuera. A esta mira le falta aumento, weón.
Un poquito, o poder cambiar.
Acá hay gente, mira. Oye. Gente aquí cerca, weón.
Sí, en el edificio del frente. En las casitas.
Pero no se ven, no se ven.
No se muestran peronicas.
Debe ser dentro, weón.
Sí, adentro. Voy a estar matando robots.
Está fome la cosa. Ahí están rompiendo los robots. Y ahí están, ahí están. ¿Lo veis?
Vamos, 1, 2, 3. Ahí hay otro.
Están hablando en inglés.
Sí, estamos con los gringos, vamos a subir.
Dijo down direction. Down. No apuntó. Está bien matar a los gringos, weón. Si el problema es un poco que hay más lag.
Sí.
Ya se están poniendo de acuerdo estos gringos culiados, weón.
Juntan todo el servidor, ahí está.
Sí, matémoslo, weón, para que deje de hablar, weón.
Se metió para allá adentro, ¿no?
Dale.
Sí, pero la otra vamos donde Sudamérica nomás.
Que esos buenos ni se comunican entre ellos, pues.
Sí, están disparando. El sureste sur, pero no sé bien dónde.
Sí, sí es sureste. Ahora les pegamos los balazos.
Puta, como que me están dando unas caídas de FPS más o menos.
Yo tengo cada tanto rato una foto. Ahí está, mira. 1, 2, 3.
Mira.
El otro balazo. 1, 2, 3. Se salvó al culiao, weón. Tiene un amigo detrás, parece. Sí, el amigo está acá.
¿Acá?
Ahí. Me la pegó. Me mató.
Vente para acá.
Voy para allá.
Tenés que curarte, pues, weón.
Es que para qué me va a romper el escudo si me voy a reír todo. Y si, weón, bueno, te gastaste una de esas weas. Viene un robot culiado aquí. La puta, weón. Listo. Están en el puente esos weones. Los voy a ir a matar.
Se fueron para allá. Dale. Están peleando ahí, mira.
Sí, ahí está.
Le pegué.
Ahí yo. Se pasaron más para adelante.
Sí. Se va acá al frente, bueno, abajito.
Ahí se tiraron. Se tiró y murió.
¿Fueron los dos?
Uno se murió al menos. El otro que se murió debe ser de otro equipo, weón.
No sonaba tan grandioso, weón. ¿Por qué no te curáis, weón?
Porque te rompen el escudo, ¿para qué, weón? Estoy ahorrando.
Bueno, sí, es verdad. Pero la vida un poco, weón, te pegan un fierrazo y te morís, yo creo.
Traje caleta de venda, sí, traje 15 vendas ordinarias.
Cúrate, pues, weón. Úsalas, pues, weón. ¿De qué mierda las traes entonces? Grandioso, no se ve. Me dispararon.
Le disparé al cohetero.
¿No fuiste tú?
Sí, fue yo. Le disparé al cohetero a ver si va a tirar. Se va a tirar el misil al tiro. Le empecé a pegar a los weones que están allá. Le está pegando a los weones que están. Se murió, ahora viene por nosotros. Ahí va. Están para la cagada, weón. Eran los weones que tú me dijiste que estaba escondido ahí.
¿En serio?
Tú me dijiste que hay unos weones ahí detrás de esa weá.
Sí.
Ya, yo le disparé al cohetero y el cohetero los mató, pues, weón. Qué buena, weón. Y sigue ahí terrible alterado, weón. Mira. Juega culiao, weón.
Es horrible ese, weón.
Sí.
No se mueve ese pelota, weón. Y él le está disparando el roquete.
Ahí están. Les tengo en la mira. Mira. 1, 2, 3.
Dispárale nomás.
Che, tu madre, weón, se me escapó por poco, pero el cohetero está ahí. Hay que disparar. Están acá, están al detrás de esa weá. Hay que dispararle al cohetero.
Mírame acá ahora. Ahí está. Dispárale, está ahí su cadáver.
¿Está ahí tirado? ¿No lo ves? Sí. Ahí salió que era una barricada.
Lo bueno es pesado. Yo pensé que en algún momento el cohetero iba a venir para acá. ¿A dónde está ahora?
Ahí. Mira,
ahora sí viene, pues bueno.
Si viene para acá es porque matamos a los dos. A los dos weones, no tiene que dispararle. Weón viene para el pico, rompámosle los motores. Y cuando ya esté cerca nos arrancamos. Le estamos disparando al mismo, que es la derecha delantera.
Sí.
El otro.
No lo veo.
Espera, esperemos que esté más cerca para que nos caiga en el techo. Es muy ambicioso.
Está bien. Súper bien jugado.
Ahí viene. Metámonos abajo. Para que llegue cerca. Ahí está. Bueno, está arriba del techo. Cuidado. Yo lo mato. No tuve que hacer nada y se murió. Eso sí, cayó a la mitad abajo, weón.
Oh.
No lo podemos ir a buscar, weón. ¿Sí? ¿Pero nos tiramos o bajamos por el ascensor?
Por acá, ¿no?
Sí. Aquí cayó la weá, ¿no? ¿Lo encontraste?
No estoy curando.
Aquí hay un...
Aquí, mira.
Aquí hay un pedazo de ascensor. Aquí está el principal.
Ahí está. No sé qué.
Ya me salió un núcleo culiado. No, si estoy bien, weón, si tengo weá, solo que no quiero usarla. La estoy economizando. Oye, voy a ir al baño, weón. Voy a ir al baño que me veo. Espérame. Voy para arriba. Oye, voy al baño, vengo al toque. Espérame.
Dale.
Ya, ¿en qué estamos? ¿Qué está pasando? Fue al baño recién.
Disparándole a la gente aquí. Los vio el escáner.
Dale.
Está ahí esperé. Bueno. Cayó justo, se murió, es buenísima.
Ahí está arriba del techo. Veamos. Bueno, le pegaste.
Son varios teams. Queda uno. Aquí está, mira.
Lo hicimos pico, weón.
Sí, queda otro más, creo.
Matemos a los que estén en la guaguita. Mátate la guaguita. Que están gateando, mátate la guaguita, weón.
No veo ni una.
Y se asoma un huevo.
Hay una. ¿Qué weón ese robot?
No sé, weón. No le disparemos.
Por ahí había gente también, pero hace rato, mira, ahí están. Por ahí. ¿Y eso?
Acá.
Scavengeable parts down there. Down there.
Bueno, este robot lo va a hacer pico. Realmente estamos dejando la zorra. Vamos allá.
Abajo. Por aquí.
Tengo granada. Están peleando entre ellos, weón. Ah, no, el robot. ¿Qué weá?
Empezamos.
Ya empezamos con ese instinto culiado que tenés de lanzarte, weón. ¿Y ahora qué?
Vamos de nuevo por arriba nomás, si es para baitear. Mira ahí.
Igual lo tiraste al lugar que quería ir yo, ¿cachai? Tenía ganas de ir para allá.
Sí, pues, sí, era el mejor lugar posible. Cuidado aquí.
Atrás, ya voy para allá. Ah, esta mierda blindado, ¿no?
Sí. Murió.
Bien. Otro más. Estamos cada vez mejores, Está sonando un auto.
Sí lo escucho.
Vamos a mirar. Ahí se conectó el oro de Goop.
Sí, me dijo que ahora podía jugar. Está pegado, weón. Creo que jugamos en Sudamérica nomás, weón. Me corro re pegado, weón.
Ahí unos se arrancaron acá abajo.
Oye, allá al sur dejamos la pura cagada, weón.
Sí.
Estamos rompiendo el servidor de los gringos, por eso nos están tirando ping.
Sí.
Están diciendo ya para que se vayan rápido. ¿Y ese a nosotros o a otras personas? Abajo nosotros, amigo. ¿O no?
Tengo la pistola lista. ¿Te acompaña?
No, bajé mucho, sí. ¿Hay mina acá?
Sí.
No sé, weón. La weá justo se puso amarilla abajo, weón.
Sí, lo vi. ¿Tenemos trampilla?
Yo no.
Yo tampoco.
¿Y dónde tenemos la weá más? Mira, podríamos irnos, ¿no? ¿Dónde quiere ir? Las tirolesas se podrían recuperar, weón.
Sí, podríamos irnos, pero en un ratito más.
¿Por qué?
Porque vámonos de los últimos, po, cuando ya se han ido todos. Así no perdemos la weá en el...
En ese caso...
La salida.
Tenemos 6 minutos acá, a esta estación que tenemos al lado de nosotros, y tenemos 11 cruzando...
La de 6 es la mejor, la de 6 es la mejor.
Sí, esperemos los 6 minutos entonces.
Quedan 6, a ver, ¿cuánto queda?
6.
5:50. Vámonos en 4 más.
Ya, a los 2. Está corriendo lento el juego. ¿Viste a alguien?
Le disparé al roquetero en su culo. Y ahora vienen sus robots chicos, culiados, gobierno. Ojalá que no.
Ojalá que no. Mira ya.
No se ven.
Es la estación, parece. Que la llamaron.
Oh, me caí. Me salvé.
An ARC orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there.
Este bueno de aquí abajo salieron pero corriendo. Los que se fundieron aquí.
Sí, yo creo que fueron los que vieron el tren hace un rato. Ya, voy a ir a sacar las minas por mientras.
Dale. ¿Nos tiramos por acá?
Por la tiraleza que pusiste para que valga la pena, ¿no?
Pero tenía una mina acá, pues.
Sí, la voy a buscar.
Miremos primero, sí. Mira, ahí.
Ven acá.
No los veo yo.
Ahí. No se van a asomar nunca más, pues, weón.
No lo puedo matar.
Buena, cabros.
Buena, buena.
Llegó la hora de irnos.
La probé recién
sí,
y
nos están echando
ya no me crashea, weón.
¿Querés bajar por la escalera? ¿Estáis seguros?
Sí,
qué bueno, Sammy, pero no
sí. ¿Viste cómo bajo?
Esperemos que no me crashee más, pues, weón.
Baja colgándote, weón.
Sí, me puse nervioso, weón.
Dale. Voy a pedir la weá, pero.
Me saqué la mierda.
No, estoy bien, weón. Oh, se me rompió la alieta, weón. Ojalá tenga otra, weón.
Ojalá no nos estén puchando.
No.
Mira arriba nosotros.
¿Están en Ciudad Enterrada?
Sí.
Bueno, yo probé Ciudad Enterrada y se me crashó. Estela Monte y se me crashó. Y ahora jugué Punta Azul y en Puerto Azul no hay ningún problema, al parecer.
¿Dónde vamos?
No sé, bueno. Sapemos aquí un ratito. Hay que tomarse esta weá. Hay unos robots de esta weá que vienen para acá. ¿Qué onda los robots tan brígidos, weón? Mira.
Oye, sí, el juego que no se me crashó, salí un momento afuera de Puerto Azul y lleno de robots culiados, weón, qué weá.
Me tiré.
Dale.
Gracias, weón.
Parece que se pusieron más hardcore los robots, weón.
Nos deben haber mejorado.
Se pusieron brígidos, weón. Están brígidos las cagas. ¿Qué está disparando? No.
La weá pesada, weón.
No te mueras ahí, weón.
No.
Que se puede.
Oh, qué bien. Aquí vamos Puerta Sur entonces. Oye, bueno que salimos con vida, weón. Como que me puso nervioso esa partida. Estaba lleno de robo.
Ah, tío, un weón.
Sí, saqué con 15.000 puntos de experiencia. Estuvo buena la partida, weón.
Le pegué a The Sexy Gamer.
Como que dejamos la patada en algún momento.
Sí.
Ya, entonces vamos.
Y Sexy Gamer fue el que me batió con una Ferro 4, weón. Le pegué también a Ashir, no, que me pegó con una yunque. Sexy Gamer. Bacán, weón, le pegué a caleta, weón.
Sí, disparamos caleta, weón.
Hasta el momento lo mejor del festival han sido los Pet Shop Boys.
Que caché que se fueron y se fue toda la gente.
De más, estaban buenos, weón. Pero se la raja viéndolo, lo pondría de nuevo. Pues lo busqué, hoy día lo busqué como en internet así para ponerlo en el auto y no lo encontré, weón.
Oye, veamos la puerta azul.
No sé.
Como quieran, cabrón, como quieran.
Sí, pues para que pueda jugar el 6.
Dale.
Pero lo mismo puedo ir a otro mapa y no me pasa nada. Lo mismo, no sé.
Vamos, pero llevemos algo
para... quiero comprobarlo, pues,
para matarlo. Llevemos algo para matarlo y si se queda patinando, lo matamos y le robamos sus cosas. Te las traemos para el siguiente mapa. ¿Tú crees que tirarle fuego sirva para esa weá o no?
Sí.
Y llevemos una weá, unas granaditas de fuego.
Traigan una incendiaria, me queman y si sale mal todo me lootean.
También voy a llevar unos combustibles.
Pero entonces voy equipado.
Nosotros vamos a ir equipados.
¿Cómo queráis tú? Yo voy equipado.
Ah, puta. Vamos equipados y ojalá no perder mis weas, po.
Ojalá no morir, po.
Pero si es que la idea es que te podamos matar para recuperar tu weá.
Sí,
po.
Sí.
Vamos a intentar.
Yo no. A ver. Se puede hacer unas granadas de fuego, se las tiramos los pies. Escupe fuego. No tengo ropa. ¡Ay, se fue! Se puede comprar, po. Parece que no. Si yo les tiro granadas a ustedes, ¿les hace daño o no?
Solo la de fuego.
Solo la de fuego, ya.
Sí, la incendiaria, todas las otras, la escupe de fuego, la de gatillo, la escoleta pesada, todas esas no te dañan, pero la de fuego sí, porque quema el suelo, po.
No puedo hacer daño, no tengo esa granada, weón. Ya la tuve y la tiré, si es que podéis. Igual llevo unos combustibles sintéticos, quizás sirvan, po. Voy a llevar más escudo. Vale.
Creo que estoy listo.
Ah, yo no, porque se me rompió la alieto y no. A ver si la puedo reparar. Mi alieto, querida. Necesito componentes mecánicos avanzados. Toque.
Hay hartas weas que se reciclan y te dan esa wea, weón.
No hay evento, weón. Solo pajaritos y matriarca. En la puerta azul, de hecho.
Igual como te digo, weón, no hace falta jugar en Puerta Azul si parece que ya se arregló el bug. Aparte si jugamos ponte tú en otro mapa, como Ciudad Enterrada o algo así. Y no se me buguea, entonces confirmadísimo que está todo bien, po.
¿Yo tiré
¿Ciudad
línea?
Enterrada entonces?
Sí, Ciudad Enterrada.
Ya, pero voy sin... me cambié la alieto, bueno.
Trae el alieto, weón, no sé si.
Yo traería un alieto, pero no tengo, weón, así que voy a traer una renegado que es casi lo mismo.
Mira, yo llevo burleta 4, alieto 3, escudo azul, mochila azul, llevo una tiraleza.
Oye, la burleta está rota, weón. La burleta quedó rota, weón. No sé qué le hicieron que ahora está rotísima, weón.
No, siempre ha sido sí, solamente que nadie la pesca nomás. Es buena.
Nadie la pesca, pero weón, yo he visto así terrible rápido y te bajan en 2 segundos, weón.
Así es.
Ya, entonces me llevo una mina.
Yo llevo unos explosivos para dispararla, weón.
Ya estoy listo.
Ya, puta, con la fe, weón.
Ya, lo voy a poner listo.
Ojalá que sí, weón.
Brígido, porque con unos cambios a las armas tan sencillos, tan poquito, que se siente tan poquito, como que cambió el meta de las armas completamente, weón.
Sí, o sea, según yo, igual las venían nerfeando hace rato, weón, pero en bola ahora se está notando, weón.
Hay que brief.
Hace rato que las tienen que ser, no sé, weón. No, en realidad no sé. A mí me gusta la costurero que ponte tú que podáis enfrentarte contra una tempestad y que la costurero gane. Yo creo que igual no me molesta esa weá, ponte tú.
La weá debería ser el que mejor apunta a la cabeza, el Exacto. Que gana. Sí.
Así es.
Y con temas de segundo, o sea.
Sí, como competitivo.
Sí, como el Call of Duty 4, ¿te acordáis? Cuando éramos jóvenes.
Weón, yo soy tan malo para disparar la cabeza, weón.
Pues está, weón. Pero después vais cachando, weón.
Sí, es que, puta, es que obvio que yo sé que para la cabeza le hacís más daño, pero como que inconscientemente aún no incorporo eso a mi software, weón. Estoy viejito. Soy un Windows 98, weón.
Oye, y esta manta se ve como más bacán, weón, ¿no?
Qué lindo, me corre el juego, por favor, que no me cague, por favor.
Oye, ¿por dónde nos vamos? ¿Por aquí nos van a...? Se volvió a cambiar el servidor, weón. ¿Tú te acuerdas,
¿En qué server estamos?
En los gringos.
¿En los gringos?
Los gringos.
¿Pero eso es bueno o malo?
Que me está corriendo pegado, weón, al serrucho igual.
Puta, ya ahora justo a mí me corre bien, weón.
No, pero de antes también, sí, está como...
Ah, ya.
Nos están disparando,
¿no? No. Por ahora. No por ahora. ¿Serrucho está ahí?
Hay un cohetero ahí al lado de nosotros.
Oh, cagó.
Cagó Serrucho. Cagó Serrucho.
Yo también cagué, weón.
No, cabrón, estoy acá, solo muteé el teléfono. Le estoy diciendo que había gente.
Mátenme.
No, cagó el Sammy. ¿Dónde está el Sammy?
Mátenme con la granada de fuego y lootenme rápido.
Es que yo no traje granada de fuego porque no tengo, weón.
Puta, yo tampoco traje, yo pensé que te iba a traer. Sí. Ayúdame, weón.
Que lo maten los robots.
Sí.
Llamen a los robots y que me maten nomás. Puta, qué raro, weón. Y más encima me quedo como en el micrófono abierto y el juego sigue corriendo, hermano. Qué raro,
rarísimo.
Más encima antes, por ejemplo, cuando me pasaban estas weas, yo podía como...
Ahí cagaste. Ahí cagó el Sammy.
Sí, cagó.
A ver si lo puedo matar con esto.
Estoy alejándome de los...
No le hace
nada. No le nada. Yo me estoy moviendo de acá de los robots.
No rompáis los robots, que maten al Sammy. Me voy a esconder contigo. No, weón, ¿por qué me cerraste?
Perdón.
¿Por qué me di ahí?
No caché que venía ahí, weón.
Ojalá los robots maten al Sammy, weón. Eso sería lo óptimo.
Ojalá que sí.
Ahí viene conectándose el hombre. Ahí lo están matando, ¿eh? Robémosle la weá nomás. Ahí lo están matando, weón.
Sí. Oye, el escudo igual te consume vida, pues, bueno. O sea, te reduce, digo.
Sí.
Gente abajo nosotros. Puta, me cerraste tú ahora, weón.
No, cerré yo. No, ¿a dónde están, weón? Acá están.
Pero estoy solo, amigo. No lo tengo yo.
Dale nomás.
Si uso la tirolesa, weón. Mira. Sígueme. Sígueme, por favor, amigo. Sígueme.
No, si me tiré para abajo, no sé dónde está. Estoy tratando de sobrevivir. Te fuiste a la mierda, weón. No, yo voy a caer. Bueno, es probable que lo pierda todo.
Ay. Pero bueno, está ahí atrás. ¿Por qué no te venís? Está el roquetero ahí, man, encima. Mira, si subí al techo, te voy a esconder, amigo, porque...
Dale nomás. Yo iba a reír al Sammy. Acá está la gente.
Estoy al frente, amigo, estoy lejos de ti.
Ya no le disparé. Pero están acá, están justo donde estoy yo.
¿Dónde estás tú?
Sí, estoy acá. En mi techo están ellos.
Mira, va a
Huéalos nomás. ¿Te estás disparando para acá?
Sí. Tengo uno acá que están conmigo, amigo. Están los tres aquí, pues, weón. Están los tres aquí. Qué guático.
¿Cómo llegaron tan rápido para allá?
Es otro team, yo creo. No, yo creo que sí me siguieron porque puse tirolesa. Nunca me seguiste, culiao.
Me pusieron otra tirolesa al lado de la tuya.
No, si esa es del mapa, ¿no?
Mira la mierda, weón.
Ándate, weón. No sé para qué mierda. Jugamos juntos. Corre la chucha.
Weón, tengo que lootear al Sammy a ti.
Weón, te van a ir a buscar estos otros weones, weón. Si ya cacharon que estamos separados. Son ellos, pues, weón, si no están ahí. No es otro team.
Weón, mira. Tú me decís, no sé para qué jugamos juntos, de repente yo te veo colgando, yéndote a la mierda. Y yo hasta el pico peleando con los robots en el suelo, weón.
Pero es que, ¿por qué peleáis con los robots? Deja al Sammy ahí, weón, si el Sammy ya fue, weón. Déjalo ahí, weón.
Quería robarle,
vivo, po, weón.
Quería robarle sus cosas, pero tiene una mochila culiada que no se muere, weón.
Sí, pues.
Vale,
¿Se va a morir hasta que alguien lo mate o...?
Puta la weá, weón. Robot culiado, weón. Robot culiado, hijos de la perra.
No, mira el weón malo, cómo se muere. Pero
Ya,
mira,
ya culiado, voy a ir a esperar a que el Sammy. Weón, estuvimos hablando de que había que esperar a que había que llegar una weá para matar al Sammy.
bueno,
Y el weón se pone el escudo culiado que no se puede morir. ¿Entendí eso, weón?
sí.
Weón va a estar ahí hasta el final del mapa, weón. Ya, ¿por dónde salgo? ¿Por dónde salgo? ¿Voy a ir por la trampilla, no? Pues, weón.
Ya, pues.
Después del show que me pegué aquí, weón.
Estas partidas han estado como lo había encontrado.
Weón, mataron al Sammy por fin, weón.
Oh, verdad.
Lo que significa que puedo apuntar para allá, weón. Cargando el rifle. A ver. ¿Dónde está el Sammy, culeado? Mira, hay una bengala, weón. Ah, pero de la otra.
Mira, gente cruzándose al frente tuyo, weón, yo lo vi.
¿Dónde?
Chocar, weón, fueron dos güeyes que chocaron con la tirolesa de frente, weón. Ahí donde están disparando, La torre.
Allá, weón.
Está ahí mismo donde estás apuntando. Ahí. Se mostró, mira cómo se muestra el culiao. Toma, ¿te vas a disparar, weón?
Puta la weá, weón.
Ya, pues, amigo.
La pelú.
Está lejos, ¿no?
Se tiró.
Sí, en arriba uno, bueno, por lo menos.
Se
están disparando al snitch.
Algo sonó acá, weón.
Sí, bueno, es verdad.
Vamos a ver.
Let's head home at the collapsed store hatch.
Voy saliendo. Pensaba ir a lootearlos, pero es arriesgado igual, ¿o no?
Está peludo, estáis solo contra Teams. Pero es posible salir, weón.
Sí, salir, sí. Chucha, weón.
Qué bueno, te bugueaste.
Saltó para el otro lado.
Te va a ver esa weá, weón. No tenía energética.
Chao. Vuelvo a mis catacumbas.
Ya, bueno, yo me voy.
Oh, no puede ser.
Sí, me voy más tempranito. Estoy cansadito.
Ya, pues, amigo. Ya, buenas noches.
Que estén muy bien. Chao, chao.
Dale, dale, chao, chao.
Estamos totalmente enamorados de... ¿Cómo te sentiste con una noche en el escenario?
Lo que nos faltaban los dos para terminar el día. Ya está, de verdad, poner el escenario dentro de la clase y letrarse, oye, no va a poner más de nada, como sacar con una opción completamente distinta. Y con la más conocida y la más aquí con una con Mose, fotografía que por ahí no detalle que ya que nos conectan y más no todo sino no tanto eso.
Después de tantos participantes que estuvieron en este programa, tú fuiste ganador. Te reconozco la gente en la calle, ¿cómo te sientes?
Oh, es demasiado lindo, ver muchas personas que piden saludos, ha sido hermoso. Yo creo que es hermoso recibir el cariño de la gente porque significa que cumpliste tu propósito y le llegaste a las personas que alguien que cuestionan todo lo que hace que tienen un necesario momento lo encuentro precioso y siempre intento todas las personas independientemente de nuestro jurado a veces todos me odian porque ya es muy feliz.
El jurado el próximo año, cortito. ¿Qué hacer el próximo año, jurado?
Independiente de que gente de esa forma, que saberlo conocer, yo creo que cuando siempre la reunión con la Verónica Villarroel, que es la presidenta del jurado, y creo tener el criterio de poder escuchar las intereses de la comunicación.
Ya tenemos un candidato, un buen candidato super hermoso, ¿verdad? Que te vaya a celebrar aquí con tu amigos. Que te vaya muy bien. Pero nosotros seguimos aquí, estamos a verte. Pueden enseñarme a celebrar todo su equipo, pero les quiero contar que estoy iniciando pensada para que todos puedan visitar este gran evento. Yo vengo nuevamente dispuesto de una calma, un espacio tranquilo, contenido, pensado para que personas directamente puedan disfrutar de tanto de maneras más cómodas y más seguras. Vamos a hacer uso de este espacio. Viva de la gente que vive todas las contrataciones de estudiar, por supuesto, la inscripción. Solo 3 minutos, 180 segundos. Viene la competencia y después el gol. Asia, Sumatra, debuta en la lista, ¿verdad? Hacemos una pequeña pausa, ya. Más pequeña, hay 36.
Another day, another check-in.
Go to that location. Over there.
Y están presentando a México, entonces ese control llega como la canción
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Let's take that metro entrance.